world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry.
Rally X is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
Welcome back to Kumi Ring. We are here for the semi-finals and finals of Rally X Finland. Come up north, properly up north. You're going to go a bit further north in 2 weeks' time, aren't you, Hal?
Yes.
Alspin. Proper north. Midnight
north.
sun north. After midsummer. We're told we need to do a shout out for these lovely people. Peter, our producer, was given this yesterday by a couple of young ladies in the paddock. I'm assuming that it's all perfectly okay. Rally X, General Motorsport. And it's got some numbers on it as well. 33434, I think. What do you think? Is that about right? Anyway, there you go. Thank you for your lovely picture. We'll get some magnets and we'll put it on the fridge in the truck. What do you think, Hal?
Yeah, good idea.
There you go. I'll give that to Maria. She can get that done. Marvellous. Right, I think we're about ready to go racing, aren't we? What's the plan? Semi-finals, first of all?
Yep.
Bit of that.
Junior cross car, then a short break, then supercar lights and open four-wheel drive, because there aren't enough open two-wheel drive left to make semi-finals, so we're straight to the open two-wheel drive final as part of this big long broadcast later on this afternoon.
Yeah, all one stream here. There will be some breaks among it with some slow motion stuff and some Nicholas going out and talking to people and us getting some guests into our little sofa area, which we kind of vandalised earlier because the sofas were in the sun and it was boiling hot.
I felt very sorry for Tobias Darbeck and Roberts Victor. Go back and watch that in the Q3 stream.
They were sweating.
Where I was watching as you were talking to them about something incredibly interesting, watching the sweat drip off their respective noses.
Okay, there's a 10-minute delay, so that's great news. So we'll probably show you some slow motion pictures or something for 10 minutes, I think, because we literally have no 10 minutes, no guests, nothing to do. Calla, do you want to put something fun on for our lovely viewers, and we'll come back and have another go at this in 10 minutes' time? Here's some cars. Right, let's have another go at getting this show on the road, shall we? Sorry about that, quick 10-minute delay. It is boiling hot here. Everyone is trying their best to get the semi-finals underway, and we are good to go. Juniors are down on the grid, front row. Alex Antila, P2 Matalamaki, then it's Carl Svedland and Livari Manisto, and then Sigurd Stibberud Fredriksson and Joanna Yolalami at the back of the grid. Well, somebody was definitely missing from the grid. I haven't quite figured out who it is yet. Peter, we got a problem with the timing. That's going to need looking at just down here. And there we go, down towards turn 1. Now, this, of course, features Carl Svedland, who was on the second row of the grid, but he's already up into P2. So Svedland doing Svedland things at the crucial time. Much better day today.
Yeah, doing much better. He's was off colour yesterday, wasn't he? And perhaps the variability in the track conditions just weren't suiting how he likes to drive the car. You just never know, do you? But
no,
certainly been going loads better today, and he's in a good position. So, unlike normally, we're down to 4 laps for semi-finals and finals today, and that in part is to be able to manage the loose surface sections, but also give the drivers a bit more of a challenge than they had with the 3-lap heats. So I think that's a very fair compromise. And actually, because this lap is so long, at 1.5 kilometres, including the Joker,
it's probably longer than a lot of our 5-lap finals.
Probably averages out at about the same even in the finals. So
definitely longer than 5 laps of Estering, isn't it?
That's the plan for this afternoon.
How long is Estering? 950, isn't it?
Something like that. Coming off top.
So 5 laps of Estering is 5k. 4 laps of this is 6. So yeah, it's enough. Antila in P3.
The difference is in the joke strategy, of course,
yeah,
because
very
you've
much.
one less opportunity to...
But you know what, let's put a bit of pressure on them, it's fine. It's just they haven't had enough pressure this weekend trying to figure everything out.
But yeah, sometimes it robs you of a good race, doesn't it? But at the same time, it might make it a bit more interesting on the passing necessary on track. So there's pros and cons to everything.
61 off does the other, Hal.
The loose is looking very tidy again after the work done by the track team, and look at the dirt as well on the side of Antila's machine. Antila will be desperate to get ahead of Svedland here, because Antila was brilliantly quick in qualifying, and look at him open up the steering to drive up the hill on the way up to the Joker section. Track
not too heavily watered. You can see in places where they've done it to compress the dirt back into place. Second semi-finalist starting to grid up already. That's the beauty of when the grid isn't on the track. So somewhere like Linden Hill, you have to wait until the race is finished before you can grid the next race, whereas places like this, Estering, Hollius, the grid is in a separate place.
That's a requirement of some championships, certainly the World Championship. It's a requirement. The grid is a separate part of the racetrack and is of a standardised width as well. So
that's another reason, isn't it, what we were saying yesterday about why some of the classic venues aren't suitable anymore. I'd like to think that we could do something.
The majority of classic venues have a separate starting area.
What do we do with Linden?
Dig the bankway at the back and have a massive long run to the first corner.
That's what, put the grid in where the media centre normally is. Is that what you're thinking? Or do you put the grid diagonally off behind race control?
Either or doesn't make any odds, does it, whether you want to dig the ground up?
Well, I want to go to Linden Hill, so it does make a difference. Come up with a plan.
Well, I don't think it materially makes a difference, does it?
These are my favourite conversations. This is basically, if you're in the car with us on the way to the airport... I promise
you, Pat Duran is not about to start digging up the outskirts of Linden, so it's basically futile.
Yeah, fair.
They've done enough digging at Linden lately and changing the track, which has been very well received.
Well, funnily enough, that's something that we never got on to talking about yesterday, as Matalamaki leads from Svedland and Antila by 6.3, so P2 Matalamaki might actually hang on to this, having qualified in P3. Got the better of Antila on the run to the first corner. Antila might go for the top qualifier spot to the back row of the final here. Yeah, Hal, I was going to say some classic circuits have been modified. Linden Hill is one of those. And I think when it first was modified for Nitro, everyone was like, I'm not sure about this. But actually, it's all right.
There's always naysayers, isn't there?
I think there's maybe less overtaking on the run now to Devil's Elbow than there was with the old layout.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
But I think
more overtaking in the first corner.
I was going to say, I think turn one's better.
6 and 2 3s.
Yeah. 6 and 2 3s. Howridge mixing it up. Matalamaki drops down onto the bottom line and won't be beaten on the run to the finish line. So Matalamaki from P3 in the standings on the outside of the grid for this one takes the win. Carl Svedland comes up from row 2 to go to row 2 in the final. And Alex Antila, who's the top qualifier in Poland, semi-final number 1, is going to be on the 3rd row of the grid for the final. Let's have another look at the start. So Antila on the left-hand side of your picture here. P2 Matalamäki, look, just gets a... Oh, look at that. There was contact actually on the run to the first corner between Svedland and Antila. Just a tiny, tiny touch wheel to wheel. But Matalamäki just drove away through the gears down to the first corner. Different ratios. And stayed there, right the way into the checkered flag. Some fans up at turn 1. Matalamäki takes semi-final 1. Svedland, Antila, Stubrick, Fredriksson and Johanna Jumalalami are out for the rest of this weekend. Not being a doubleheader, of course, they get 1 shot at making it through to the final, so you don't get that redemption on day 2. Right, let's see who's here for this, because on the front row then, P2 Pira and Jonas Hägglund Nielsen. Row 2, Sebastian Isak, etc. And on the outside is Jere Hukar. Minea Perimäki is in the 186. Is Carl Schnack there in the 330? There's another car missing from the grid, Hal, and I'm a bit lost as to who it was again. I think it was Jere Hukar? Who was missing from the outside? Yeah, I think Jere Hukar missing from the outside of row 2.
Shot there. That's Isak Tetra in the blue machine looking to the inside. P2 Pira in the lead, but it's Perimäki looking up the inside.
That was brave by Pira with a very, very wide line into turn 1. Lucky nobody was there to have a lunge.
Schnack looking to the outside of Perimäki on the loose surface section. Nielsen going well in second as well in the yellow machine.
Through the right, which has been nicely regraded, as you can see, in Carl Schnack at the back in the 330. So Jere Hukar missing. I never figured out who was missing from the first one, Hal, to be honest. Oh, it was Manisto. So Manisto. Oh, both P4 starters must be jinxed. Here we are. What a shame.
Interesting that nobody other than Isak Tetra has been into the joke lap section so far, especially with only the 4 laps available.
Different for the juniors again, isn't it, trying to figure it out. When lap counts change, we always talk about this, how you'd think it would be ever so simple to count from 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 or 5, but it's not when you're in the car. There's so much going on, and then you're like, well, how many times have I come past the start? Where's the flag, etc.
I mean, they do have a countdown on the
Lyndon Hiller's on the left, isn't it, after the start-finish?
Well, most are on the left, aren't they?
You'd be surprised how often you don't see it, though.
We've got to look for it, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah. I'd like one on the dash, but then I'd probably get confused about what gear I was in. Hal's just frowning now. He's barely raised an eyebrow. I think he might be dead. You're alive, mate.
Oh, just your ineptitude staggers me.
Yeah, fair. Fair play. I'll take it.
Nielsen putting Pira under a fair bit of pressure here in semi-final 2. Top 3 go up, of course, with only 2 semis in the junior cross-car field. Nielsen going for the wide line into the first corners on the fastest lap of the race on a 1:03.9. Not quite as quick as the fastest lap of the previous junior semi.
P2 Pira, by the way, he is just 13 years old. This is his 2nd season in cross-car, and his background is in go-karts. So moving from the sealed surface only to our proper mixed surface discipline. So Isak Tetra's got the better of Perimäki when they have done the merge. How far back is he? 7.6. Top 3 going through. Carl Schnack's going to get taken by Isak Tetra. These two should, in theory, hold on, I reckon. What is it? Yeah, I think they will. Okay, so Joker then for our P2 driver. This is Jonas Hägglund Nielsen's got Joker right inside of your picture, and as you can see, he's easily going to come in and maintain position. Gets a little sideways coming onto the start-finish straight. Super straight line there, that just gives you the most speed possible. Least steering input, least resistance. So Hägglund Nielsen Jokers from P2 to P2. P2 Pira will have to go on this last lap along with Carl Schnack.
Nielsen's driven well here. doing a nice tidy job, and Pira needs to be on a push lap because there wasn't a load to choose between them. Any small mistake now will be compromised badly in terms of race result, and really you want to start on the front row because yes, the first couple of corners allow for a lot of overtaking here up in Finland, but it's going to be tough in the second row. I know I said to Fraser McConnell that fourth wasn't such a bad place to be, but what do you say when someone's standing next to you? Oh, that's rubbish.
Yeah, unlucky, mate. Let's see if Peter Pira can do what Alex Antilla didn't. Antilla was the top qualifier and has ended up on row 2. Peter Pira qualified P2, having won 2 of the sessions. They won 2 each. Peter Pira won the first one, the last one. Got a better exit though, and you fly above Peter Pira as he crosses the line to take semi-final number 2 and a front row grid spot. Jonas Hegeland Nielsen comes through in P2, where he qualified for semi-2. Super close in the background, but that is, I'm afraid, for a non-qualifying position. So Sebastian is etc. You can see off the grid here in the blue car, makes it through in P3.
Confirmation of the result, Pira, Nilsson and Ease etc. move through to the final later on this afternoon. Joining Matlamaki, Svedland and Antila from the first junior cross car semi, and we move on to cross car.
Okay, so there's another Yillalami on the front here. Unipton Yillalami alongside Romet Cerner. Yillalami changed chassis this weekend. Hoffman and Kiel on row 2. Kong and Jensen on row 3. Kiel is a class act. Had a message about him during the break away from the line. Great start by Yillalami and knows it. Moves across to try and squeeze Cerner. Cerner's going to have to duck in behind. Might move out wide and look for a line down the inside. In the background, 3 wide. Swapping places like mad. And it is, though, down in turn 1, Romet Cerner, the top qualifier, who leads.
Hoffman carried so much speed in there, but a big loser is Yillalami, who got absolutely had by both Cerner and Jensen in turn 2. Cerner fought hard, didn't he, to get his position back after not an ideal start.
Once he's in the lap, though, he's looking really comfortable, isn't he? He said yesterday, he gave me the impression of, I want to win yesterday. Is that what you thought too? Yeah, and he's been doing cross car down in Spain, a lot of autocross experience of late. We're saying that really works to his strengths and proves that seat time is very, very valuable indeed. Hoffman was heading off to a different venue, maybe back to Kymiring with how much speed he carried into the first corner. A second faster than anyone was Cerner on the opening lap, and that's shown by the gap back. 1.3 seconds the margin he has at the front of the order. Yillalami in third, doesn't really have a response at the moment after that brilliant start. Kiel, who is the leading driver to Joker, is a couple of times Estonian champion, drove Sevog, switched to P-Tech last year, won the Estonian and the Baltic Championship, so knows what he's up to. What's the gap back to him, House? 6.6, but only the top 2 going through. It needs to make up some time if he wants to be one of those. Yeah, I'd say he's about 5 seconds off second place at the moment. Yillalami goes Joker. Is it impossible? Pretty sure it's Yillalami top left of the screen. Wait for the indicator to come on as he crosses the loop. Yes, it is. So Yillalami's going to come out here ahead, is he? Or they're going to be side by side. Yillalami just in front of Kiel. Wow, that is a close merge. So Yillalami now in the top of the drivers whose Joker comes in with a very tight line. Kiel comes out wide and tight to try and find the way through. 3 big inputs on the steering, but understeered through turn 1, and Yillalami holds on to that position. This is not what Yillalami needs, though. He needs to run free and not be worried about someone pressuring you from behind. He has a little bit of a margin there, so he won't be driving on his mirrors at least. We don't really know the delta, Hal, do we, today? We haven't figured. Yesterday we reckoned it was 4 point something, but with it being so rough, it was hard to tell. Today we haven't quite got our heads around it yet. It was a little bit rougher maybe on the the inside of the standard lap earlier today. Kiel with a big handful of opposite lock over the crest. Right, who's going where on this one? Robert Cerner has still stayed on the standard lap, as has Jensen, and has Kong gone? Kong's gone Joker. So can Kong get out in front of Yulilami? I'm not sure he can. So Yulilami moves up into P3. What's the gap now between Yulilami and the leaders? It is, come on over the line, 7.1. I think Cerner and Jensen are going to get this out. I think 7.1 is, oh no, maybe Jensen might not. Only 3.1. I think Yulilami might get back here.
He's on a charge, isn't he? The young Finn, the former junior cross-car star in the background.
So this is the pressure man. You're looking at Jensen. Jensen has to try and hold on to P2 here. The top 2 positions are the only ones that will go through because there are 3 semi-finals in cross-car. Jensen, look for this to be inch perfect. If he wants to hold on, a 3.1 we don't think will be enough, which is what the gap was last time round. He will go left here. Jensen will go up the hill in the background. Yulilami will split off to the right-hand side. Here comes Yulilami now. Yulilami on the inside lap. Jensen up on the top corner, down at the bottom. Cerner's going to take it, but it's Yulilami, surely, who's going to pick up P2, right-hand side. That'll be gutting for Jensen as he sees Yulilami slot in and take P2. So Cerner and Yulilami, the front row do go through.
Great job from Yulilami to fight back after dropping to third on the opening tour, but Cerner was the class of the field there by some margin.
Good call as well to get him to Joker when he did, just coming out in front of Kiel. So this is that first corner, Yulilami with the whole shot, and then the background I was watching the white car slide across, which is Jensen coming up. Hoffman, as you said, ran wide. Then Jensen locked one wheel, but still managed to get inside with a tiny nudge on Yulilami. Clean move from Cerner out front. Another look here, look, this was Yulilami in tight and deciding to go Joker. You almost felt he was going to have a lunge there before he went Joker.
Looks like that quite often, doesn't it, from the drone shot? This is the merge that was so important.
Crucial.
To Yulilami to get ahead of the
P-Tech
machine there.
There we go then. Cerner and Yulilami make the cut from semi-final number 1. There are your results. That's Lucas Jensen, Patrick Kong, Andre Kiel and Jonathan Hoffman are out. Okay, grid for semi-final number 2. Thomas Ikmerstad, Espen Isak-Setra, Alex Lindqvist, Lucas Orav, Armin Raad and Frederick Martin. The big high drone gives you a nice idea from slot number 6, Frederick Martin trying to find a way through, but they are absolutely in their grip positions on the run to the first corner. Merstad and Isak-Setra in the background. Lindqvist is inside Orav. They're still in grip positions down to turn 2. Oh, Lindqvist goes a bit late on the brakes. Orav slides up the inside line. So it's Merstad leading from Isak-Setra with Orav in P3.
Ikmerstad's weekend has just turned around immeasurably, hasn't it, since the roll yesterday in Q2. What a great job by the team as well to repair the car with, okay, not loads of damage, but you'll want to check everything, and all sorts of things go horribly wrong when you roll because the oil goes the ways it shouldn't in engine and gearbox and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, great job from him and the team, and he's etc. as well. I think maybe have a quick look at your stats, Andrew, but if Espen makes the final here without wanting to curse him, this will be the first time that both him and his boy Sebastian would have been in a final together, at least this year.
Yeah, this year definitely. He's not been in the final this year.
And I don't think Sebastian was in a final last year at the same time either in junior, so that would be a great day for those Norwegian campaigners.
Espen didn't make a final last year either, Hal. Oh no, third in the semis. Not sure about that. Yes, of course, only 2 go through. So third in the semis twice last year, but not enough in cross-car when you got 3 semis.
So I'm cheering for Espen Isak-Setra here, who is just lost out on winning a European Rallycross Championship title a couple of years ago at the Estring in Germany in RX3. It'll be a wonderful family experience for them both to be in a final of a top-class rallycross event here in Finland.
Any idea how old his son is? Is he bottom of cross-country junior?
Yeah, he's not old.
Yeah, wicked. That's
like,
mega, isn't it?
As are none of them in junior cross-country.
No, I know,
the junior name, but no, he's
12 to 16 is such a big difference.
I'm going to plumb at 14 or something. He's definitely on the younger end of the driver spectrum.
Well, you did guess at exactly 12 seconds yesterday, and you were out by 0.2 in the second half. So yeah, I'll take it if you're guessing ages. You're probably right.
Armin Raag's just got massively sideways in the background, so that's going to help. He's Etc's cause. Look at the rotation in the speed car wonder down in turn 2.
Wonderful car control, and again that's super sideways. Lindqvist would get a full send medal for that. If it wasn't the fact he's already got one.
Would he? I'd retract his existing one for running too wide. You need the reason he got it in Holland was for the massive commitment
pinpoint accurate
and the accuracy.
I'll give you that.
Not driving at his ultimate best there, but still doing a good job.
We're still good. We can't retract the
No, I'm not retracting.
That's savage. Give us that back, sunshine. Not impressed today.
Try harder.
Yeah.
No, more sends. Right, unfortunately, we're not seeing all the sends here either. So
no, we're not. We're trying to figure out how far back Orav is. Was 6.2 off the lead.
Murstad's in the Joker, Andrew. This is to make sure he gets through to the final. That is a great strategy from his spotter.
Yeah.
Give his etc. track position. They're both Norwegian. Is he going to also try and help Espen here a little bit on the final lap? But I don't think it's going to be necessary. Murstad's done the fastest lap of the race on a 59.2, and his etc's done a 59.5. So the pace is definitely there.
That's quicker than they were going in FC2 earlier on today, which gives you an idea of cross-car. Not every time. Cross-car we know is ludicrously fast.
Yeah, and works very well in these slow corners.
Up then to the double right-hander, which leads us on to the tarmac section. Off to the right-hand side goes Thomas Eek Murstad. Thomas Eek Murstad on the standard lap. Out on the outside lap is Isak Setra. Espen Isak Setra going to go through to the first final. Oh no, surely not going to miss out at the very end. Lucas Orav. Orav nicks it. No, off Isak Setra. Who gets it? He's got it. Isak Setra holds on. Orav went backwards over the line. It's almost like he lifted too early. Isak Setra gets it by 0.018 of a second. 18 thousandths and he's through.
That was close.
That was close. I thought Orav had got that. I reckon Orav backed off. I think they're backing off before the line.
Wow. There wasn't anything to choose between them there, was there? And
the grid to turn 1, look, if you'd said, can you drive down there in formation, it couldn't have been any similar.
A little bit of contact between the two Norwegians at the front of the order. Lindqvist there gets his medal back there.
Yeah, he does know how to back it in. Wow.
Little inputs on the steering as well. This is Lindqvist having another go. I wonder if this is when he runs wide. I think it might be. Send. And
then over send.
Squares the steering up and is hard on the throttle before he's stopped the slide. And this is the run to the line. So look at the green car on the left. That's Lucas Orav. Etc. is hard in the throttle here. I don't think so, Andrew. I think
exit speed.
But where we saw people lift or back off yesterday, that's the difference in the semi-finals. When you're desperate to make the final, you keep the toe well and truly in.
That is brilliant.
That's the result.
That is brilliant. Eek Murstad and Isak Setra. Look at the times on the right-hand side. 18 thousandths. Absolutely fantastic. Makes it by the tiniest of margins. The final semi-final for cross car before we spend a bit of time in our sofa area for a chat with a couple of our open two-wheel drive drivers. On the front row, Martin Ugar on Vettel 3, then it's Oliver Lucas Jensen, Pasi Penttinen, Erik Nilsson and Kalle Gofferson at the back. Long old hold right up on the rev limiter. That's the longest hold of the day by far. Brilliant start from both drivers on the back row. Nilsson and Gofferson trying to find a way through. Gofferson out the far left-hand side. He's come up from P6 to P4. Might make the comeback here. Can he make it still? No, he's too late. And then he gets mugged by somebody running wide. Gets squeezed at the very back as well. one car to the left-hand side. Vettel 3 gets the whole shot, and Martin Ugar has gone with him.
Fairly sure it was Jensen that disappeared off the side of the shot, but it's Vettel 3 that made the best of the starts by some margin. What a turn-up in performance this is from Vettel 3 this year. Great job by him. Martin Ugar, who joined us in the studio yesterday, was very, very keen to try and get through to the final again after an up-and-down start to the year. And how quick was Pasi Penttinen earlier on today as well. Now he's got all of that supercar driving out of his system. Penttinen all over the back. I might have joker then if I was Penttinen, because he was all over the back of Ugar. Gofferson in the background sent it in as well. Penttinen's losing a bit of time here.
It's right up behind. That is, yeah, I think you're right, Hal. He's obviously got it nailed on through the really tight corner up at the top, hasn't he? Made up time on Ugar. Vettel 3 into turn 1.
To the inside, Penttinen in the run through 1, down into 2. Ugar gets some lovely rotation in the car. Nowhere near as much angle in the chassis there as Penttinen's got behind. Ugar's got him covered in the early part of the lap.
Yeah. So Penttinen in the red and black behind car P number 3 that you're looking at the moment. And we'll start figuring out gaps shortly. Oliver Lucas Jensen is only 5.4 off the lead. The leader of the two cars is Joker at the back of the pack.
I can see the gap at the front. There really isn't one, is there really? There's nothing to choose between them. That's the difference between one slight mistake and not.
I think Ugar will go, and that will mean Penttinen can't. That's my guess. And he does. So Ugar goes. Penttinen maybe, I think you're right, Hal, maybe had enough pace, but if he can just find a bit of a gap here and maybe go on the next one and hope that Ugar doesn't get an ideal joker. Ugar coming in trying to cover off Jensen at the merge and doesn't. So Jensen's gone anyway.
From Penttinen's steering angle, he was never intending to go to the joker there either, was he? With running the car out wide. Gofferson sets the fastest lap of the race so far, which is bettered immediately by Lucas Jensen in the background. The pace is hot in this final semi-final.
59.0
cross car.
Oh, Penttinen's right on it, isn't he? Rear right out in the dirt.
And Gofferson, the car, did almost exactly the same thing in the background. So they're obviously hitting the same rut. That'll be solved in a few minutes' time with some track re-prep.
2 laps to go. Vettel 3 leads from Pasi Penttinen and Kalle Gofferson, but the danger man is Oliver Lucas Jensen in P4, setting fastest laps and having jokered already. His gap is only 4 seconds back to the leader. Trees off to the left-hand side. Yeah, Tree's gone. This might well be to respond from the P3, P4 driver at the minute. Oliver Lucas Jensen on the standard lap.
Comfortably done as well. If anything, Tree's got a car, gets a bit sideways. I thought he was going to get out between Tree and Gofferson there, Penttinen, sorry, Gofferson for a moment, but comfortably now, Tree in a position to win to the final. Now you've got to keep your head and not try and pass Gofferson because he's next just at the moment, he's at least second, isn't it?
Yeah, just hold tight here. It's not what you want. Getting battered by stones on your final lap. Mind that tyre bail. Oh, no problem. Penttinen moves over to the side of the road. Penttinen's lost drive for some reason. Gofferson goes through, and now he finds it comes back around the outside of Vettel 3. Something is going on in Pasi Penttinen's car. Don't take out Vettel 3 in front because Tree is already through to the final. Vettel 3 coming through the right-hander now with Gofferson just in front, and Pasi Penttinen. Something went wrong. Whether it was with the car or with the driver, we don't know. He's got to go joker this time. Vettel 3 has not. 3 will go standard lap, and Ugar's there. Ugar comes in hot from the background. 2 cars into the top of the standard lap, and this should be Vettel 3 and Ugar going through. Ugar's got great traction on the exit. Nobody going to get there though from the joker lap. Vettel 3 wins from Martin Ugar, and it all went carnage mode on the very last lap. Wow.
I think Penttinen caught the rear of Tree in turn 4 there after the jump.
I saw you flinching. It's like, don't take the leader out. It's horrible, isn't it? That thought of somebody knocking the leader off. Oi, oi.
Wonderful to see it in the replay package. What a brilliant start this was from Vettel 3, 2 JC Race Technique. Cross cars in the final. That hasn't happened for a little while. There's the closing speed there of Jensen, who ran so deep.
Gofferson was too late with the chuck there, wasn't he? He needed to chuck it in earlier to try and get inside the pack.
Had contact both sides of the front axle there as well. Look at that, inside and outside.
And then what happened to Penttinen on that last lap to see him drop back as he did into the pack?
Looked like he missed a gear or something, didn't it? The car just slowed up that little bit, and then he was obviously wrestling with a gear lever or something to...
And then it suddenly accelerated again, didn't it, on the exit of the corner? You're like, oh, no, no, no.
I did that at low air most of the time.
What, missing gears?
No, not missing. Well, they were missing. Oh, no, he spun. You dropped it on the exit.
Right, there we go.
you just had to knock
That's
it down a
why.
few
And then
cogs.
gets back on the gas here. Looks about the 3 comes round. He doesn't even know he's there, does he? Moves out to the outside. Oi, oi. Right, we're moving to the sofa. Stay with us.
Andrew.
Have you got us? Have you got us? You got your camera working there, Peter? All good? Marvellous. We're joined by Utti Ikonen and Lucas Gabrielsson, 2 of our Open two-wheel drive drivers. Nice to have them here with us. It is a beautiful, hot, sunny day in Finland. How are we doing?
We're doing great.
Yeah? And you?
Great.
Okay, good stuff. Not such a... your car's not doing as great as you.
No,
What happened?
I don't really know what happened, but the engine is off and
Done.
it's kaput.
Okay, engine's kaput. I mean, that's fair enough. Bummer, Hal.
Yeah, you've so much experience in the folk race and stuff here in Finland. How enjoyable is it racing in open two-wheel drive, especially with your husband Mikko Ikonen in these events? It must be special.
It is really special. I never thought that I would do this, but Mikko was pushing me, and
Really?
it was really good that he did,
Yeah.
because it has been really, really great.
So you just... Why is it so great? Is it the atmosphere? Is it? I think it's a
Yes.
very friendly paddock.
Yeah. People are friendly, and the cars are fast, and the tracks are awesome.
Really
and-
good.
Yeah.
Ah, fantastic. Lucas, how's your weekend going?
Yeah, yesterday was well, and good times, and 1 push left to do, and it's final. So we hope for the best.
What are you going to do about... well, Simon Tiger's gone, but obviously Victor Johansson, Tiger, we think engine, I think, Hal, don't we?
Yeah.
We had...
It's engine, yes.
Okay.
I went to talk with him, and it's engine again.
What did he say? 'Cause he was so...
It's
did you
sad,
see...
yeah,
did
it's
you,
really sad for him. That
me too.
The Riga went, they couldn't race there, and it's sad.
He was kicking the car. Did you see?
Yeah, I see. But I understand him. I understand.
So do I. You'd be furious, wouldn't
Yes.
you?
Lucas, Riga was pretty sad for you as well. You had a difficult weekend in Latvia. You've committed to doing these Rally X events. I know you've made loads of changes to the car, haven't
Yeah.
you? Talk us through, firstly, why Riga went so badly for you, but the changes you've made to come here and be more how you expect to be competitive-wise.
The thing what went wrong, that wasn't the car's fault. The car went, it worked perfect. It was my own driving was like what it shouldn't be. So a little bit too much pressure on myself for that first race, and
a very different track to up here in
very
Finland as
different
well.
track. Yeah, we don't have in Finland. We don't have like tarmac track like what is in Riga. So that's one new thing for me. But this Kumi Ring track is more for me, and for this car there's more gravel and big start line, and I like it.
Talk us through the car. You've made lots of changes recently, but we don't know a lot about it. Your
Yeah.
Toyota. Talk us through the concept.
Yeah, last season we drive with non-turbo in that car, so we had about around just under 300 horsepower in it, and in winter we did some changes that the engine is completely new. Now it's with turbo, and all electric and engine management, everything is new. So there is, when you have driving, I have been driving always with non-turbo, and now when you are going into a car with a turbo, you have to change your driving style like completely. It's not.
You are not
nothing.
pushing the engine so hard.
No,
You're driving
yes.
within the boost.
You have to remember that you have to shift more like sooner than a non-turbo engine. So
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
the biggest change for me to drive with a turbo engine. So
Can you? Do you think it's the right thing to do? You're happy with the changes? You think
Yes, I'm happy. For the first race in Riga, so we had no problems with the cars. No heat problems, no electrical problems, nothing. So that's I'm really happy about. So how well the race did on the technical side, you know. So that's I'm happy about.
Good stuff. Now, Uti, how many more events are you planning to do this year? You're going to do them all, I hope?
I have no plans.
Okay, so it depends whether or not we get the engine fixed.
Yeah, and it depends on what Mikko is going to drive.
Ah, okay. So Mikko will do some other events too.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but you've enjoyed competing at this level and you'd like to do more?
Yeah, I would like to do more, but maybe I will drive a couple of events here in Finland.
Yeah. And
But
what do you think of Kumi Ring, sorry. We keep getting told off. We said Kumi Ring, and then we found out there's a river nearby called Kumi something. And
Yeah.
It's Kumi Ring, is that right?
Kymijärvi.
Kymijoki.
Kymijoki.
Kymijoki. Is that the river?
Yeah.
And that's why this is called Kumi Ring?
Yeah.
And Kumi Ring is right, not Kimi Ring.
It's Kymi.
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 Kumi Ring.
Ring.
Kumi Ring.
Being English, it all
See?
sounds basically the
See?
same to me. It's
There
like,
you go.
so people are like, I don't understand what you're saying. Kumi, oh, Kumi. Yeah, it's that.
Yeah.
It's the same.
What was it we were sat with the Hungarians last night, weren't we? And they were trying to teach me how to say Nereid, which is not correct, because they were like, no, Nereid. And then they were like, what would you say New York? And I was like, New York. And they're like, no, it's not like that. I'm like, you're killing me. Like, so we just settled on the fact that English people say stuff wrong, basically. So
I'm fine with that.
yeah, me too. Do you think when you're in at this higher level, I mean, you learn more by being up against people who are a tougher competition? Like,
Yeah, I really enjoy the pressure.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You don't mind? Do you get nervous?
No. I've been really calm. That was something that I didn't expect.
Really?
Yeah.
Was you just focused and yeah,
yeah.
okay.
But I think when you are experienced in racing, at least, I think certainly my experience of driving, I've been lucky enough to for example, when I raced a supercar, I expected to be super nervous, but actually when you're sitting in the car, it's
like
you're in your place or you're doing what you want to be doing. I think it's quite a different it's a different experience.
So a brilliant example of this was last week again at the Isle of Man. One of our old passengers he's won 14 times at the Isle of Man TT on the sidecar as the sidecar passenger. And I said, do you miss it? He said, I do, he said. And I said, what do you miss the most? He said, I miss the quiet. And I said, what do you mean? And he said that when I'm doing this, he said, there is nothing else.
Yeah.
Only the quiet of the competition. And I was like, wow, you're hanging onto the back of a sidecar for 38 miles 3 times. You know, it just, but I think it's a really wonderful description of there is nothing else. You know, we were saying it, people always joke, why can't you count how many laps there are? Because it's only the race. Like, you need somebody to tell you what lap it is. Yeah,
exactly.
And when to go. And it is. I know what you mean. It's the same from my rally days. There is no time to think about what's for lunch, how much money is
work things or something like
yeah,
that.
no work, no how much money is in the bank account, even though you know that you've spent all the money on the rally car. But when you go off the start line, it's a great feeling, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
Priceless.
We're very lucky.
And
Yes.
Uti, for Mikko this afternoon, he's in the two-wheel drive final already, semi-final for four-wheel drive. I was talking to him over lunch. He said he had that spin in the hind eye, but actually said that was really good because he was able to try and push a bit harder, find the limits. He seems to be enjoying this double driving thing, which is quite tough.
Both cars.
With the two cars.
Would you? Why don't you take the other? You could take the rear-wheel drive car. You haven't
I
got
could.
Any,
I could.
yeah, you haven't got anything
Take
to do.
the hind eye.
Yeah. Nobody will know. It says Ikonen on
I
the
have
side.
never
of the
tried that.
No.
No.
This is what we need to talk. We need to talk to Mr. Ikonen about whether or not we get Uti out. And would you drive it now?
Not today.
Not right now. Not right. But you would. You'd have a go in it.
I would.
Would you have said that before doing these competitions, or would you have thought
No,
Okay,
never.
see, look at that. Well, that's what's important about
Sorry,
the progression.
Mikko, this is sounding expensive, isn't
Yeah,
it?
this is terrible. It's normally my wife spends my money for me. Now you have your wife's friends are spending your money for you as well. It's even worse, isn't it?
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you both for joining us. Much appreciated. I
Thank
hope,
you.
obviously, you're doing the rest of the season?
Yes, we're driving the whole season.
Okay, perfect. So we'll look forward to seeing you there. And Uti, I hope when we take the engine out of the other car, it's fine.
Yeah.
He can only drive one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's do
perfect.
that.
It's a done deal. Right, we'll be back soon. I'm not sure how long it is till we go racing again. It won't be long. Only 2:35, I'm told. 2:35. We'll be back 15 minutes with the semi-finals for Supercar Lights and Open 4-wheel drive. See you then. Stay with us. Thanks, guys. Welcome back to Kumi Ring in Finland. We are coming towards the end of our weekend here. It was going to be a double header, ended up being a single header. The track wasn't quite ready and everybody has worked incredibly hard to get it into the great condition it's in now for our semi-finals and finals. We've had some brilliant racing. We've got some more still to come. Next up, Supercar lights, Vittels, Meunier, Hagström, Larsen and Norlander in this one. The ready to race light comes on. Good start by Meunier, moves across and shuts the door a little bit. Hagström will hold that inside line, and as I say that, gets squeezed by Larsen from the outside. Vittels gets to turn one first, Hagström up the inside, Larsen runs wide, that compromises Norlander behind. Meunier runs out wide, tries to go through with Vittels, doesn't open the door quite enough for Hagström as Vittels kicks up the dry dirt on the outside of turn 2. And they're all safely through.
Interesting seeing everyone moving around in the background, trying to find the optimum position to effect an overtake into turn 2. Just couldn't quite get it done. Vittels has got a sizable lead out front now, hasn't he? The Latvian driver, you can tell by the lack of dirt on the front of the car. Larsen has really shone today, I think, done a great job. The Danish driver, Hagström, though, pressuring Meunier out front at the moment.
None of the top 3 go Joker. I wonder if anybody in behind will. We'll have a look in a moment, I'm sure. Hagström right there, look, Meunier not replacing that bumper. Tapped enough different fences today to know that it's probably going to mean another one at the end of the day. Did anybody go? Surely Norlander must have gone.
He did, yes.
Yeah, so Norlander went Joker. So that's clear track for Norlander to try and close down. Remember, there's only 2 semis for these guys, so the top 3 from each will go through.
Meunier really did well in Q3. Hagström turns in too early there into turn 3. Sorry, it was Q4 that Meunier did well in, wasn't it? Earlier on, not used to having 4 qualifiers in a rally event.
It was 3. Meunier got 3. He won Q3. You were right.
Was pleased with how the car went in 4.
He was 5th in Q4.
It's a feeling thing sometimes, isn't it? But yeah. had good pace in Q3. Maybe that's why I was confusing myself. But yeah, he
might be Q4 where he held it out the barrier, if you remember. Do you remember? He's so close, wasn't he? I thought he'd lost the bumper there, but turns out it was gone already.
Yeah, he wasn't comfortable with the car at all in Riga. Switched back to this chassis, which was the original plan this year. Hagström so close to the tyre stack on the inside of the hairpin.
Wicked.
Meunier driving car, chassis number 9 earlier in the year, switched back to chassis 1, the original OMC light chassis for Riga onwards, once it came back from Australia and the Race of Champions. Hagström really leaning on that front left tyre.
What's your thoughts about that, Hal? Because in theory they're all the same, but you know, again, I've worked at a bunch of rally schools over the years. There'll be 12 cars, and they all have slight little nuances.
So even if it's in your head, it's worth changing for, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's in your head when the cars are prepped to this level. You know, the cars at a rally school get worn out, so you end up with worn this or worn that or a long brake pedal. I get that, but in terms of actual feeling, in a one-make series, you should be able to swap between cars, but you're right, it just sometimes you just like a car, don't you?
Oh, Hagström gets spat sideways on the rut that's developing there at the end of the loose surface section.
Norlander's gone round. So Norlander's gone round in the standard lap. So Norlander is right on the apex there.
I think that is amazing spotting from Erik Fahren if they've only just come across that car, because he sent Vittels in knowing that Vittels was going to have a clean Joker while anyone that stayed out was going to lose time there.
And now we can have a look at it.
In the standard section.
Yeah,
now if Norlander does get going, Vittels will have a clean run through that standard section, whereas whoever has just lost a bit of time can't get that time back.
No.
So if he's seen that, that's amazing awareness from Erik.
I bet he has.
And that's why you have someone like that in the spotters tower with all the experience that he's got, because you're not just looking at your own car, you're looking at the whole race as a global picture.
You can imagine Erik also having the stream open and going, I can't see that from here, hang on a minute, looking on the stream, and he'll be on the radio going, he's on the apex, you need to be about a metre wide. Just little things.
No, I don't think you would watch the stream as a primary spotter, because you can't focus on too many different things.
Too much
going on. But you are looking around the circuit, or where, if a car disappears,
it's still there.
So then it doesn't matter so much, but you've got to mitigate the risk.
It's a good bet. It's a great bet. Vittels comes in and we'll know the car is there. Meunier's going well on the outside line, though. It's going to be closer than I thought. Vittels might lose out here. And Meunier does indeed get the overlap. They come down side by side over the line, but Meunier takes it from Vittels. Wow. So Meunier, best lap was by Vittels, but Meunier's got it done. So combination of Joker and standard lap, despite the brilliant tactics from Fahren. Norlander's bonnet is stoved in, maybe just over-rotated and caught the tyres on the inside. This was the start look. It was all very measured. Larsen trying to come in on Hagström, but Hagström staying and going deep here into turn 1. So Hagström is all good. Larsen goes late on the brakes with Hagström. No contact there at all that I can see. Just great driving for a bunch of very good drivers. So your top 3, Vitals, Meunier and Hagström go through. But it is Meunier who goes through to pole in the final. So Vitals will be on row 2. Be disappointed about that, especially as he's going to come across potentially Lucas Anderson. I would say that Lucas has the slightly easier semi-final. Would you think that's fair?
Yeah.
So Anderson maybe with a slight advantage from that point of view. Oh, anyone got the Benny Hill music? While they figure this out, quad bike with a rope on it, let's go. Julien Meunier wins the first semi-final by 0.173 of a second. Okay, semi-final number 2 for Supercar Lights on the front row. Lucas Anderson and Tobias Darbach, and it's Kevin Darbach and Pontus Oskarsson with Phoebe Cake at the rear in the blue car. Good start across the entire grid. Great start for Phoebe Cake. In fact, at the back, can't find a way through at this moment, but she goes inside line, which is better against Oskarsson. Oskarsson might wait. Tobias Darbach and Kevin Darbach running long as Dan Oskarsson up the inside of Kevin Darbach and moves up into P3. That is a lovely, really well-timed move.
Surprised that Darbach left the door open enough for that to happen, really. Given how many inside moves we've seen there into turn 2, I would definitely be keeping the door shut if it was me like that, but yeah, easy to say from this nice comfy static commentary position, isn't it? Lucas Anderson though exactly where he needs to be at the front of the field, being chased by Tobias Darbach, who was frustrated with his performance so far this year when he sat with us in the studio and is clearly looking to get back to the podium this afternoon.
Indeed, are above Oskarsson now. Is he going to go Joker? I suspect not from that position. No, stays out. So
Oskarsson's very happy, isn't he, with the car moving around underneath him. You see a lot of steering angle from that Supercar Lights.
Pontus Oscarsson stays out. Who's on Joker? Kevin Darback has gone Joker, and will hope to come out in front of Phoebe Cake if he possibly can. In the background, you might see Darback appear. Yes, you do. So Darback Joker comes back out into P4. Good move, I think. Got to do the laps now. Top 3, remember, going through, and
Tobias has definitely had the upper hand of the Darback brothers, hasn't he? Whereas certainly in Riga, I think it was Kevin who was in control.
Oscarsson's on a bit of a wild one in the background. Hal
loves it.
Yeah, came through. Super sideways.
He's absolutely loving it. He
Yeah,
needs
really
a full-time medal
chucking
if
it
he continues at this endeavour.
My favourite is when you get a lights driver like that move up to Supercar or FC2, where the power means that actually works. So although he's getting round and doing well, if you look at the clinicians of this in the past, the likes of Casper Janssen, the Ericssons and so on, you get very, very tidy. Even Fraser McConnell, didn't he, went from super sideways to super tidy in a lights car.
My favourite ever graduation.
Just in front, look, Darback just holds on. Oscarsson's going really well, going to try maybe for a cutback in turn 1. Dives on the brake and slides to the inside line. Oscarsson looking to do the second, Darback brother. The same way he did the first, and Tobias drops it on the brakes, and Oscarsson's up the inside, says thank you very much. Tobias still there as they go side by side into turn 3, and he knocks into Oscarsson, who runs deep in the gravel. Wall ride for Oscarsson in the background. Great stuff from these two.
Kevin Darback getting the better of Oscarsson, just despite running that bit deep in turn 2.
Yeah, my bad, Kevin Tobias.
I was trying to work out to tell you.
It's fine, mate. They need to change the liveries. We've told them 10,000 times. Yes, there we are. Especially when the timing screen only updates once a lap. There you go. This time, then, Tobias goes into the Joker. And will come out easily in front. So I think both Darbacks are going to make it, are they? Or no? Yes, they will. Both Darbacks should make it with a lap to go. What are the gaps for the leader? Is 4.8 for Lucas. What do you reckon the delta is now? Any ideas?
A period of time.
A random period of time.
I'm not totally sure, to be honest.
No, I'm not.
The problem is it
Genuinely,
changes
I'm
so
not.
much between the classes.
And previously because of the conditions.
Yeah, we haven't had a clean set of data, really, have we?
No.
That's my excuse, anyway.
Well, Chronomoto published, don't they, a notional Joker for series which used that. There's a bit of Darback bumper there. I don't know which Darback's bumper is off, though, do you?
No. Let's have a look. I think it's probably off Tobias.
You reckon?
Yeah, there it is. Most of it's missing.
Whole of I reckon that's the entire way that the OMSE business model works, is on the sales of Supercar lights bumpers into the Joker, the top and bottom of your screen. Anderson coming through, and actually, I think Anderson's going to lose out. Anderson's going to lose out. Darback has got him. Anderson trying to come along the right-hand side before the checker flag. They cross the line. Darback gets it. Tobias Darback takes it by 0.021 of a second. That is another outrageously close merge. So both our pole sitters, Hal, have ended up on row 2. Tobias Darback, where did he do it? It must be Joker, because we're not. Whoa, Hal nearly had a massive crash in the commentary box there. Where has he done that?
It must be in the Joker.
Yeah.
It must be just with executing the Joker that little bit better. But of course, we don't see both of the drivers all the time. Lucas may have made a bit of a mistake somewhere else.
Yeah.
But it looked like a reasonably tidy run. I have to say, I'm really enjoying watching Oscarsson moving the car around and going for opportunities. This is the merge we saw between Oscarsson and Kevin Darback. There's a bit of Kevin's bumper hanging off as well, so it could have been anyone's bumper, really, as long as you had a blue and yellow car. Red and yellow car. Red and yellow, red and yellow.
Red and yellow. The best bit is they both made it through to the final, Hal. So, that'll be fun. Mega between these two. Yes, Kevin and Pontus, thank you for trying to point it out. Sometimes you got to go for it, haven't you? I might just start calling them by their surname, and then it doesn't matter which one it is, does it? Is that the best bet, do you think?
That's what I do.
Yeah. I've spotted, to be fair, but I like your style. Did Anderson get made just a tiny bit too wide? Look at the dust in the background coming off. Look at that, goes to the right-hand side. I think the Joker layout here's mega. There is obviously the and Oscarsson's parked at the entrance to the pit lane at the far end. Is there a problem with his car on the in lap? Doesn't matter because he hasn't made it. Phoebe Cake a little way back, then Pontus Oscarsson, Kevin Darback, Luke Sanderson, Tobias Darback is on the front row. Who's going to be pole then, Hal? We need to look back at quali. Let me have a look. Hold up, we're working stuff out. Virtols, Anderson, Mounier. Mounier's going to be pole. There you go. Right,
remains
on
to be
open
seen.
four-wheel drive. What remains to be seen?
Whether it's the best place to be, though, doesn't it? With all
Pole,
that gravel
there
pulled
is
onto
that.
the track.
There is that. And you're going to be a little way further forward, are you? Or no, you'll be on the same start slot as normal. If
I haven't
you're
been to
on
look,
pole.
to be honest. Yeah, no, I guess it's on the same
Yeah.
start slot. So
If they're starting from the front block of
yeah, there will
grids.
be. Yeah.
Right, come on. Off your pop. Stick it on the trailer, mate. See you in northern Sweden. Little stretch here in the commentary box. Okay, semi-final time for open four-wheel drive. In this first one, Joni Tapainen and Maiko Tam on the front row, then Kasper Janssen, Victor Branks, Fraser McConnell and Mikko Ikonen. 5 different nationalities, 2 Finns in this one. Will we get 2 Finns through to the final? Ikonen's got work to do from that back row. Fraser McConnell also on the back row will be pleased just to be in this one. Tapainen versus Tam. Tam gets the better start. Victor Branks moves across as well, putting a squeeze on the inside line of Kasper Janssen. Branks now pulls outside Tapainen, but Tam has got it on that inside curve. Nobody's opened up the door. Fraser McConnell. Ikonen's really wide. Gun the throttle in that Hyundai. Come on, pull it back online. Franks into P3, but it is Tam, Tapainen, Franks, Janssen and McConnell.
I thought Franks was really in danger of losing a lot of positions there by being on the outside. Wondered if Tapainen might just force him out that little bit to give a bit of extra room into turn 2. Ultimately didn't need it. Franks under big pressure from Janssen, who in turn is under big pressure from McConnell behind, looking for a place in the Pro final later on this afternoon. Of course, they've got the FC2 final to do as well.
So what's going to happen here with Joker's strategy? Franks, he could go if the others don't. Decides to stay out. I reckon if Kasper doesn't, Fraser will. Fraser does. Fraser McConnell goes Joker. So Ikonen on the standard lap has made that mistake in turn 1. Oh, Kasper Janssen alongside Victor Franks. Side by side as they come off that standard lap. But Victor Franks out-drags him in the FC2 down the hill. Now Franks will try and come around the outside. Janssen gets out-dragged down to the end of the straight, but Kasper is still inside him on the run into turn 2. A lot of rotation on the Peugeot as he turns in. Kasper Janssen still alongside again. Now we'll try and shut the door. Franks is going to have to back out of him, but doesn't. Shoulders his way through. They both ride the wall, and Janssen has to give best.
Basically half a lap side by side for Kasper Janssen and Victor Franks. In the background though, Mikko Ikonen is closing on the pair of them. Janssen goes to the outside of Franks across the loose surface section. Will he look to the inside next time around? Yes, he does. Gets the nose inside the Peugeot, no way through.
This has played massively into Fraser McConnell's hands. How he went for that Joker on the first lap. These two are the 2 prime candidates. Ikonen's already made a mistake. Who's going to go Joker this time? Kasper Janssen decides to get out of the traffic and go Joker.
Had to, didn't he? Fraser
Fraser's
McConnell there on the inside already. They've already cleared Ikonen. I don't know what's like. Mikko's pulled off to the right-hand side, so he won't play any further part in causing a strategy confusion.
Ikonen then is gone. Franks hasn't jokered. Fraser McConnell has and comes out nicely in front of Kasper Janssen based on the fact Janssen was fighting Franks. And there's only 2 laps to go. Fraser might make it. He wasn't even sure he was going to make it through to the semis, but Franks has got time to fight back in that supercar.
Franks needs a proper push now, doesn't he, with the clear air. He's got Joe Norton on the radio to him, telling him to be nice, neat and tidy, hit all his marks. Tapainen runs a bit deep in sympathy of Tam running a bit wide there at the front in the 2 M Sport built for Fiesta supercars.
Up and over the double right-hander, Tam and Tapainen. Tapainen will shortly alternate the strategy, but I think Tam might go on this lap because it's the faster race time. He doesn't, so Tapainen will. Tapainen up now, watch for where Fraser McConnell is. I don't think he'll be near enough to get Tapainen because they were in clear air out front, but Franks has gone as well. Victor Franks in, Fraser McConnell on the inside line. Tapainen's got him already, but Franks is not going to get through. Need to see that merge between Franks and McConnell. Where is Fraser McConnell? In the background, he's through, and Victor Franks drops in behind Kasper Janssen. Janssen's done brilliantly.
McConnell is absolutely flying. He did the fastest lap of the race so far last time around. Now Franks is all over the back. back of Casper Janssen, looks to the inside down into turn 2. Janssen gives him room on the entry, gets hang out to dry mid-corner. Great move, Victor Franks.
McConnell trying to close down to Paynen in front and can do. Maiko Tam's now done the quickest lap of the race. This is a brilliant drive from the Jamaican. It's played into his hands, though, these two, with that incredible scrap they're having.
That's what the Joker strategy does, isn't it? You've got to get out of the traffic and get clear air when you can. That's exactly what Kevin Eriksson, Fraser McConnell's spotter, did. McConnell's all over the back of Joni Tapainen at the front of the order.
He's looking for a row 2 start. Tapainen.
Tapainen must have a puncture, left rear puncture.
So Tapainen's got a problem. Fraser McConnell looking to try and find a way through now. He's going to go for the outside-inside move. Tapainen parks it on the apex. Fraser's in the rear of him. Victor Franks is there too. McConnell pulls alongside Tapainen. The Jamaican trying to outtrack the field down to the final finishing line of the semis. Fraser McConnell into P2. Tapainen crosses the line. Light shows Tapainen in front by 0.007. That, to me, that's Fraz in front. That's where the transponder is on the car, but they'll have to decide whether they want to go photo finish or not on it. It is by 0.007 of a second. They'll both make it, so it doesn't matter, but that's a proper 007 bad boy. Wow.
That was a proper rallycross race, wasn't it? There was elbows out, some
that
really
was a final,
hard
wasn't
racing.
it?
I think it was all fair and love and war for all of it, but let's have a look back at the replays. Tam, we barely mentioned Tam.
We need to look at the whole race, don't we?
What a drive from Tam.
That was great.
Franks, I thought Franks was in danger here, being so wide. Ikonen runs really deep. Franks did a great job to get back to be side by side with Tapainen, square the car up and drive out of the corner. That didn't give Janssen any opportunity.
Oh,
McConnell was off the road early on.
Where was that?
That's on the exit of the loose surface.
Coming up back onto the pavement.
Yeah,
he
correct.
did, look at this, look at this.
Janssen's very fair, isn't he? Like he was going to bang the nose in there, decided not to. Had a great run out the corner to get side by side.
FC2 versus Supercar initially, but of course the FC2 hits the limiter at the end of the straight for 3 seconds.
They haven't solved the gearing yet. They haven't had time to sort the gearing out because they've been dealing with the other evolutions, so that's yet to come.
When you think how far ahead Franks was in Holland, Hal, is that mostly track and the layout? Like, why is the FC2, other than the upgrades, is it just the upgrades that's made it so competitive, or is this a better track for it?
I think it's upgrades and evolution. This is Franks in the Joker that dropped him out of the contention to be in the final, and then this is the final lap, isn't it? So this is Franks looking to the inside of Janssen. These two spent most of the race side by side, didn't they, at one point or another?
It was brilliant. So what? This is a great replay.
So this is
Tapainen.
This is Tapainen with a left rear puncture. McConnell's looked to the inside. What's really interesting is the next proper corner.
There, Hal.
McConnell was lucky there not to nose into the tyres on the inside as the car got spat out. So this is out of the final corner. They're side by side, running down the hill. Tapainen does try and force the issue a bit. I wonder if Reynes might have a look at that because of that tyre stack on the right-hand side.
Oh, no, okay, mate. He is at the finish line. He is ahead.
So Tapainen's just using the extra power of that Pipo engine in the M Sport machine just to pull ahead a little bit. That's confirmation of the result.
Tam with the win from Tapainen, 0.007, 7,000ths of a second ahead as they cross the finish line. They will all go through to the final, and you know what? If the final's better than that, I'll eat my hat. It's not actually my hat; it belongs to RallyX. That was mint. That is when I love doing the job. Get a bit challenged. Semi-final number 2, Anton Sepper and Ulrich Linnemann, Tommy Haumann and Oliver Eriksson, Elias Svensson and Jari Turli. 3 Supercars, 3 FC2s. We've already seen how the first one went down. I want to see what Oliver Eriksson does with this on the outside in the black and yellow. Tommy Haumann moves immediately in behind Sepper, looks to the inside line of Sepper. Linnemann has to drop back, so Haumann might move up here into P2. Ollie Eriksson going the long way round the outside. Sepper's on the inside in the Skoda. Sepper going to go deep. Haumann gets into P2 but nudges the tyres and goes round. He gets hit by Linnemann in the background. Linnemann rides up over him. Haumann has been tucked up in the first corner. What a shame. He did drop it on the way in, I think, on his own. But Sepper leads from Ollie Eriksson, who did brilliantly in turn 1.
Absolute disaster for 2 of the potential podium finishers this afternoon. Tommy Haumann and Ulrich Linnemann, they need to fight hard now to try and get back into the top 3, but Anton Sepper has been brilliant so far this weekend. And what about that move from Ollie Eriksson in the first couple of corners? I thought he got it done, Andrew, into turn 2, just didn't quite have the grip to get back to the inside.
You you just know, don't you, that Ericsson's wily enough to try lots of different things, but sensibly too. Big old send, it's a massive chuck. He's given that the chuck of the weekend to get it in from that angle. Didn't actually work out the apex, but we love to see it.
Svensson was so quick early on as well, remember, running third on track at the moment. So really, I think this top three are probably who's going to progress to the final, barring any sort of disasters for them. Fastest lap the road so far, naturally, as he's leading for Anton Sepper, but Ericsson is on a big charge behind.
Real shame for Tommy Howman, how I thought he dropped it on his own on the way in. Well, it's hard to tell when you see the replays. What were your initial thoughts?
Well, the rear was coming round, and I think he just clipped the tyres, which pulled him round further, and he couldn't do a lot about it. Then he got sort of assaulted by Linneman, but not really Ulrich's fault, because the car was spinning in front of him. Sepper pulling out a reasonable margin here over Ericsson now, just to give himself a bit of a comfort window.
It's worth noting, of course, that in the previous race we had a puncture for Joni Tapainen, and the track hasn't been groomed since then. Look at the hood on the bonnet and the door on Ulrich's Polo.
Svensson Jokers this time around. He was right on the back of Ollie Ericsson coming up to the Joker section, but you do carry more speed when you're heading
needs to get
out of that corner.
Got to get out in front of Turi and Howman if he wants to have a chance here. Are they going to give him traffic? Oh, he's got good speed. Svensson Howman hasn't jokered yet, so he won't interfere, but he needs to get past Turi, who's going to lose too much race time here.
Turi on and off the brakes, look at the nose of the car, dipping on and off as he's managing to throttle Howman into the rear of Elias Svensson. Howman's not delighted, is he, with that time loss on the first lap, but he's not out of this either, is he, Tommy Howman?
Depends on how the Jokers play out.
Svensson must have a problem.
He'll have to go back. But yes, this whole pack's been backed up. Linneman is there, having jokered into the back of Svensson. So what's going on with Elias Svensson? Linneman can't find a way through. Fishtailing the Polo in behind, just about hangs on to it.
Ericsson's got an issue. Ericsson must have an issue because he's backing the pack up in the background. We're not seeing it at the moment. Anton Sepper in the Joker section. He's getting out of the way. Ollie Ericsson got someone in the rear of him into the Joker as well.
So all bets are now off. Ericsson goes Joker. That releases the car behind. Unfortunately, Howman hasn't gone Joker. Linneman up the inside of Svensson. So Linneman's Joker was down in P6 at the start of this one. He's up into P2 in terms of on the road position now.
Oh, what
Ericsson,
gutted for Ollie Ericsson. What a shame.
FC2 FC's got another shot.
So he wants to be at the front of the profile.
I get that. It's gutting, but likewise we'll see him again in a minute. So we've got this to settle first.
Howman wide onto the loose surface section. Now he's all over the back of Compatriot. Turi, Linneman's cars bouncing all over the place in the ruts.
Everybody is. Look at this. They're all riding up the wall. Linneman up the wall. Svensson up the wall as well. I couldn't call this right now. Sepper's in a different race.
8 seconds up the road, Anton Sepper was, and with having done the Joker last time around, you can turn the airlines off now and just cruise to the line.
Right, Turi and Howman have a Joker. Svensson's got an issue. We know Ericsson's gone, but we're still... right, let's see. We need to see... Sepper comes through, that's fine. Let's get back to the rest of the pack. Anton Sepper takes it by a mile. Here's the rest of the pack coming up the hill now. Can't even see who's in the Joker.
Linneman's going to get second here.
Lap. Yeah, so Linneman for the back of the pack. On the outside line, I think it's Svensson, is it?
It's Turi with Howman behind. Svensson's on the standard lap. Turi's going to make the final.
So there we go. All 3 supercars go through. And on this occasion, oh, look at the damage on the back of Svensson's car, crabbing over the line from the big wide drone. Couldn't tell which one it was. He parks it the second he crosses the checker.
As would I.
Yeah, so, well, he of course, is in the FC2 final as well, so we'll want to make sure that car is repaired for that. 2 great semi-finals. First one, much better for action. Second one, a little bit too much carnage, but you couldn't lay that at the door of anyone, just the way it went down. Wow.
There's obviously something out there, I think, that
a track
that they'll be looking at, because there was a lot of punctures and damage. Let's have a look back at that race then. Yet again, a great start from Anton Sepper. Not quite as great. There was Ollie Ericsson. Look at the car second to the left, the black and yellow machine that's going to send it round the outside. Howman tucked in behind Sepper at the front of the order. Ericsson got that done, but just didn't have the grip to get back inside. Squared the car up. Sepper's nice, neat and tidy on the inside. Howman's...
Oh, he's unlucky, isn't he, Hal?
It's almost like he got in the handbrake, because he'd rotated around that first stack of tyres, and then Linneman drives over him. Shows how strong the rear of the FC2 is in that respect, because he had a Polo drive over his rear wheel.
Look at this, the shot from the other angle. Ericsson was so aware of Howman inside him, and then actually Howman dropped, as you say. If it wasn't for the second tyre stack, he might have slid sideways through the corner, but I still think he'd have checked up in the end.
Linneman's found a new jump there, but it was over an FC2. This is Svensson, who was slowed early on. This is... early in the race, this is when he came out between Turi and Hellman, and this is when Svensson was almost
this is when
on to make the final.
This is when Ericsson has the problem, look, because now suddenly the whole pack's together, despite the fact half of them are joke and half of them haven't. What was the issue? Is it something obvious?
I think
like
it's a puncture
tyre?
again. Yeah, it's a puncture.
Rear left, so the rear left's off, right, okay, so that's, I said that earlier in the race, didn't I? The track is in the condition where you've got to look after it a bit, and unfortunately Ericsson DB'd it.
We didn't see loads of punctures yesterday, so I wonder if there's some sort of a ledge, ledge between the transitions that's evolved.
Well, all good, because they're going to get out there and get that track groomed now. Let's take a look at the result. Anton Seppa, Ulrich Linnemann and Jari Turi. Seppa, Linnemann, Turi. Okay, there we go. Hal is, you're off for a wander. You have a nice time. Here we are in the studio. There behind you is Nicholas Dubenard and Peter Hellman with the camera. Our French friend Nicholas, give us a wave. Nicholas.
He's in the zone.
Nicholas. There he is.
After Nicholas.
Bless him. We're sending Nicholas off around the track for a bit of a wander. He's going to go and have a wander around the paddock, do some interviews. Obviously, stay with us for that. Myself and Hal are going to get ourselves prepped up for the finals.
Ollie Eriksson has just come into the studio area, and there's some stairs up to this Formula 1 trailer in the OMSE tent. He's marched up the stairs, slammed the door of the hospitality area on the truck. He is absolutely gutted at that result, because regardless of the FC2 final, he wants to prove this concept and get to the front of the parade.
And this weekend, it's been looking like an FC2 could take the win, hasn't it? I am
he has had no good luck this year, Ericsson, has he?
He hasn't. We'll be back with the finals in 25 minutes, but Nicholas is going for a paddock walk, so you guys have a great time. We'll see you in a bit.
We were expecting a huge action during the semi-final. It was the case. It was completely crazy, and I think Victor Branks is there. Victor has been pushing out of the semis. Victor, please, we are live. Huh? Victor, what happened with this crazy semi-final?
You know, the ALS was overheating, so I was losing engine power, and I made too many mistakes. So it's not the best result, but we take some points and we go next time again.
It was fun track to. It was a fun track to drive anyway. Or?
Yeah, amazing track. Just really bumpy, but you know that's next year again, and they hopefully fix it and hopefully come back.
And a good preparation for us being in 2 weeks now.
Yeah, perfect preparation. We're gonna get our heads empty now, take the week off, and then we go back full attack for Elsbeth.
Thank you very much.
Right.
We are going to try to see. Oh, Fraser is there with Casper. Fraz, it was again up and down weekend for you, but tell me a bit about this semi-final. It was insane.
Yeah, crazy semi-final. Like I was saying in the booth earlier today, you know, the pace is there, and once the car stays together with no overheating issues or no technical issues, we're able to put in some very quick laps. That was really good, and with the track as rough as it is now, you need to be very careful that you're staying out of troubles, out of rocks. You obviously need a little bit of luck on your side, so I've had my share of bad luck, so time for some good luck to end the day strong.
Being careful maybe, but it was not the case for all the drivers. It was completely crazy. How are you going to manage that in the final to avoid puncture and suspension problem?
You just have to drive smart, stay out of trouble, but there's always the balance you have to play with risk and reward. So if you're being too careful, you're going to be slow. If you're going, you know, all out, flat out the entire time, you have a higher chance of getting car damage. So it's about playing that balance as we always do as race drivers. But the car is good and we're feeling happy, so we're going to go into FC2 final and the Pro final, try to get some good points.
And the pole position doesn't look like a huge advantage here. There is so many lines you can follow. So no one is in. Everyone is in danger now.
Yeah, no one is safe. Let's say that. I was in the P5 starting a while ago and was able to make up some positions with the Joker. Finished P3. Almost had P2. I think it was 0.017 seconds all over the line. So nice battle right to the finish, and I think it will be some very good driving for the fans to enjoy here at Kymiring and also on RallyX TV.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
So now I think we have the Frenchman Julien Meunier. He was P3 in the qualification, but he found a way to beat Robert Wittels, who was just the pole man. Where is? I'm going to see if he's there or not. Where is? So, Julien. Julien is at the phone. Come here. Julien is at the phone, but we are live. It was a crazy semi-final, P3 at the end of qualification, but you find a way to beat Robert. You find a way to beat Robert. How do you feel? I guess it's a huge reward after an up and down weekend during the 4 heats.
No, it was a good weekend for me. A bit bad during the heat, but now on semi-final we find a way to catch them. So we need now on the final to take the start, and we are the fastest on the track when we do the sector, the part of the track. So we are the fastest. I find a way to be fast. The car was good, the engine was good now, so now I need just to take the start and push it.
It was really a huge action during the semi-final. What do you expect from the final? Because it's going to be total chaos, no?
Yeah, I need to be careful on the start, on the first corner and second, to don't cross me and don't do me around the outside. So I need to be careful from Tobias, and then we will see how it's going. Normally we are the fastest on the track, so we will see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Julien is happy, and I know that all want us to go to see the car from Elias Svensson, but it's a long way. The paddock is quite huge here, but we're trying to look after some drivers. Okay. Maybe Roberts is here. Yeah. Is Roberts is here or Eric? Come, Eric, please. I'm with Eric Farren. Eric, you are looking a bit at the data right now. I don't know, but what happened to Roberts in the semi-final? We were expecting him to keep the pole position, but it's not going to be the case in a few minutes.
No, it will be P3 for the final. No, it was fair play to Julien. He did a good last lap. Roberts had some small mistakes, and that's what it takes. It's very close on the time, so yeah, P2 in the semi and now second row, so we'll have to fight from there.
The track was really bumpy. What do you expect in the final? You have enough experience to imagine or be creative enough to know what is going to happen this afternoon.
Yeah, I hope so. But that's how it is. Everyone is doing small mistakes a lot of times because it's very hard to be consistent when you don't know where the car is jumping all the time. So, but yeah, we're trying.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We are going to continue our walk with Peter Hellman. Maybe Joni Turpeinen is there, I don't know. At least his spotter, maybe Mika Limatainen. Yeah, most of them are here. Joni, Mika, please. We have Joni and his spotter, famous spotter now, Mika Limatainen. Joni, what happened to you in the semi-final?
Yeah, I got a puncture, so yeah, but on my luck was on my side, and it was only the last lap after the puncture, so we managed to cut it to the finals.
And you tried to protect your position as much as you could in this hairpin. It almost worked, but Fraser still continued to find a way to trick you. It was how it was inside the car.
Yeah, it was a good and fair fight with me and Fraser. So.
What's the plan for the final now? The track is really bumpy. You will need to protect the car to survive also, but not too much because the other competitors are not going to give you easy time.
Yeah. Just the plan is is to get through the final and without any punctures. So I think it's gonna be a good result after, if it goes like I have said. Yeah.
Thank you, Yuri. Mika, what's going to be the plan for the spotter in the final? How much is important here to give the right information to the driver? It's more stressful here than on another track, or?
Yeah, Yuri is a very fast driver, and this is helping a lot of my job, and this is the most important this race.
What's your prediction now for the final? It's a win who is going to win, or?
Yeah, of course we have the good start and good first corner, and then we win. We have very fast on the track.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know where I am. Maybe with Victor Johansson, who is just like enjoying the sun in Finland. It's quite good weather.
Yeah.
But no semi-final for you because you already qualified for the final. How much do you enjoy your time in the paddock this afternoon?
We just not used to this long wait. I've been eating some ice cream and taking it easy, but I think it was maybe 4 hours until our final coming up. So yeah, we'll see.
It was a big problem for Simon Tiger again. For you now in the championship, you have I guess not so much pressure for the final.
The championship wise, of course not, but I want to stand on top of the podium today and win this final.
Have you watched the semi-final this afternoon also? The track was quite tricky on some place. Do you have some fear before your run? Or?
No fear. So it was a lot of left rear punctures during the semi-finals in the Supercar. So we'll see how the track is when we're going out there. But usually I'm pretty good at keeping this car straight and not drifting so much and leaning on the outside the wheel. So I think we'll be good. We do what we can, and we had some monster times during the qualifying with Tiger doing a 3:23, and the same with Jensen. But hopefully it was a lot of speed in the track, because those time was not in my heat, so to say. So it was always the first heat that was quicker. So hopefully we'll see how the speed is, but the starts have been great, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Do you expect a reaction from the Finnish driver? We know that they want absolutely to win there. It can be Jensen or Gabrielsen. They want to win, so you are going to take the start with that point in mind that it's not going to be a walk in the park.
I know I'm going to take the start. Try to take the start, and I know Gabrielsen has a little light car, so I have to check my inside in the first corner, keep it tight there, and keep the Finnish guys behind me. So
thank you, Victor.
Thank you.
Oh. You have maybe also one of the man of the day. It's Meiko Tam. Yes. Yeah. It's one of the hero of the day. Meiko is there. He's coming. We are going to rate him here.
When we go back, we have a look at the piece of all the classes, RallyX classes, later.
Meiko, you have been one of the men of the day. You have been struggling a bit the whole day Saturday, but today has been quite perfect. And winning the semi-final, I guess yesterday evening, it was not maybe in your mindset at this point, no?
Yeah, today it's also in the track. It's better condition, and in the car is better with yesterday. And feeling it's good. And let's go and let's push in every start and every corner. And
It seems that the new generation of drivers in RallyX are pushing the most experienced one in the background. Now it's you, Anton Sepa or Joni Trupeinen, who are just doing a really great job. It's nice to see that the next generation coming into the power.
Yeah, next generation is here, and let's go to next generation, maybe World Championship, and let's see what happens in the next year. And I think it's we are coming
after the podium in Riga, I guess you expect a bit more and you are going to give everything for the win today, or you are also thinking about championship and maybe it's better to try to survive, get some points if you cannot get the win?
No, let's see. This year only focus in the Rally X and let's keep pushing.
Thank you very much and good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Thank you to you. 2 minutes, and I think that maybe we can get maybe Peter Edstrom. Peter, can you join us, please? Peter Edstrom, team principal of the Edstrom Motorsport. I guess you are a happy man with, again, a good result from Hampus Ekström, the rookie of the Super Light category. How do you feel right now?
I don't know. Hampus goes very well, good Hampus. We have some unluck with the other guys. Torin has a problem all weekend. We changed the engine last day. And he's starting very good today with the heat win and the probe shaft cut oil system and electric system and everything. So we have much work with this car, and yeah, Victor have unluck also.
What's the plan for the final now?
For Hampus? Yeah, for try. You know, we don't push him so hard. We need to learn, and yeah, if we can make a podium, then it's very, very good.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Look at all the classes of rally.
What do you mean? So look on all the classes. Which
it's a BB. It's a piece. So now we're going to have a look at all the
now we are going to have a look about the different classes and classification before before the final, and I hope you will enjoy the show in the next few minutes.
So if you are new to Rally X, or if you just want a reminder, we have a bunch of different cars that race out on track. So let's go and take a look at each of our different classes.
The Rally X ladder begins with Junior Cross Car. 600cc engine, 9,300 RPM. They're limited because you can race one of these machines when you're 11 years old. You can begin in the year that you turn 12, and they're limited because it's all about learning for the future. The racing in this category is super, super close. The drivers are absolutely amazing. This is the perfect way to get on the Rally X ladder.
So once you're done with junior cross car, you can move up to cross car, but not until you're 16 years old. So that can be 5 years of experience. You're going to need that experience because these cars don't have any of the limits that the junior ones do. So we're talking 15,000 RPM from between a 750 and a 900cc engine as a general rule. These things are absolutely rapid. They can lap the track nearly as quickly as a supercar in some conditions, and we've seen some of the best racing in the history of Rally X between the weapons that you can see here.
So if you're on the Rally X ladder, you probably go junior cross car, and then move on to one of the four-wheel drive classes. But this is the wild child of the Rally X paddock. Open two-wheel drive is exactly what it says on the tin. Run anything you want, as long as it's only powered by two wheels. Front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, it really doesn't matter. This is the reigning champion, Simon Tiger, who runs a BMW M3 with a rotary engine and a turbocharger attached. There's such a wonderful array of cars in open two-wheel drive. It's the traditional rallycross class that's part of Rally X, and it produces amazing action and, more importantly, amazing engineering.
Okay, so cross cars and open two-wheel drive, the clue's in the name, they're two-wheel drive. If you want to make the step up to four-wheel drive, this is the first car that you use if you're on the Rally X ladder. This is a Supercar Light. They've been around for 10 years. There's more than 50 of these chassis in the world, although some of them have been modified into a car that we'll show you in a minute. Four-wheel drive, sequential gearbox, 2.4 litre normally aspirated mount tune engine with around 300 horsepower. They're running through the gears now and warming the engine up. It's
a fantastic piece of kit if you're looking to learn four-wheel drive and make your way up to the more powerful cars.
The headline category in Rally X is open four-wheel drive. And one of the main contenders is the traditional supercar machine. These have been the gods of rallycross for a very long time. Previously known as Division 1 many years ago, 2-litre turbocharged engine, 6-speed sequential gearbox, permanent four-wheel drive transmission. They can out-accelerate a Formula 1 car to 100 kilometres an hour. But what Rally X is doing is opening up four-wheel drive to a range of machinery. Space frames are allowed, different four-wheel drive concepts are allowed. Let's take a look at one of the new kids on the block.
So if you were watching Rally X last year, you will already know who that new kid is. It is the FC2. Now, Hal mentioned supercars have been around for quite a long time. They're actually a bit of a dying breed. It's quite hard to find the parts for them. And the idea behind the FC2 is to create a vehicle which can compete very nearly with those supercars. Now, the Ericssons developed this car last year. They didn't quite manage to take a win, but they were right up there in the mix. And you'll see the FC2s in open four-wheel drive, but they will also have their own final all year as well. 2.3 litre, turbocharged, sequential gearbox. They're around 450 horsepower normally, but you have a push-to-pass button on the car, which gives you an extra 100 horsepower and takes them very, very close indeed to the output of those supercars. It's an absolutely brilliant piece of kit. We've got a packed tent here. It's going to be a brilliant season, and those are your classes for Rally X 2025. Yeah, and the FC2 is now even closer than it was before to the supercars, so we'll be able to find out. Let me have a look at how many FC2s we got in the final today. One. It's down to Fraser McConnell to get it done, although I wouldn't bet against him having been P13 before the semis and then with a brilliant result in that last one. Great to see all the different classes. We've got 7 fantastic finals lined up for you across the classes and also with our various Pro and Am categories. We're getting into that. There's a couple of track maintenances in next. We want this to be fair racing, not sort of who gets the worst puncture. So it's going to be a fun final fling here in Finland. We've got competition, Hal.
We do. So everyone's been asking for the mugs. So
well, not us. Hey,
it's late.
Yeah.
So there are some coffee travel mugs available. So this coffee travel mug that Andrew and I are about to sign, just to devalue it a bit, is about to go on the Instagram page for Rally X. And you need to go on there and comment. And the best
comment wins.
As chosen not by us, but
Peter.
chosen by the Rally X organisers, will win not only this travel mug, but
whoa.
2 winners' tickets.
Whoa!
So to an event of your choice later in the year,
That's
Alpspin,
cool.
Denmark, or all the events. Come to all the events. They're basically a pass to do what you want.
We'll put in a Send It sticker as well. You can't buy those. That can go in there. I would put a full send medal in, but it won't fit in the mug, so you're not getting one of those. Unlucky.
So two tickets to all of the events for the rest of the year.
That's
I guess you
wicked,
can
isn't
exchange them with your mates if you want to. Peter's kind of nodding, yeah, fine. So
That's
you've got 2
amazing.
passes that will get you in. And a mug that we're about to sign. In fact, we could sign it now if you want.
Yes, do it. Despite the fact we're going to ruin the mug, it's a great prize all the same.
What's my name?
Hal. Are you doing that in black?
Yeah, they couldn't find a white pen, so
Really?
that's me.
Okay, my writing's awful. This is going to be absolutely shocking.
Do you want me to hold it still for you?
No, it's fine. I'll stick it on here. That's fine.
These were printed today as well, by the way. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
you
I
could
like
be a
that.
driver.
That's wicked.
Let's stick them in there.
Yeah. Look at that.
And this is just like real television.
Put
Going
the
to
lid
seal
on
that
it.
up. Going to throw it to Peter.
Careful, don't smash the screen.
No,
or the
why are you standing by the expensive camera?
And the screens that we need to do the entire job. And
There
he
you
didn't
go.
drop
Oh,
it.
skills.
He didn't
He could
drop
play
it.
rugby. I'll have
So
that
yeah,
back,
bonus
please.
send
Thank
it sticker in there too. Wicked. You're literally the only person outside of Rally X with one of those and a send it sticker. We are apparently going to do water bottles soon on the merch.
They are brilliant. So I've
Honestly,
had tea in this
I have
since
too. Lunchtime.
Since we went on air for the semi-finals, I think, which was
still warm
weeks ago.
Now, if you
and
don't
it's
drink
still
tea,
hot.
you can put coffee or soup in it. And if you want a cold drink, guess what? Keeps it cold too. It's like the shopping channel, isn't it? I don't actually know if that's true because I haven't had a cold
Only they're
drink
not for
in it yet.
sale. I think they might be for sale in time. Keep an eye out.
I think
on,
they will have enough if you want it. Let us know. Dead serious. Let us know in the comments on YouTube. Do you want these for sale? And I'm sure we'll do it. Genuinely, really good. I used to have my R2D2 one, which was mega, but he looks like after he's flown to the Death Star now, he's been in my bag so much he's all smashed to bits, and he doesn't keep the tea warm for very long. Poor old R2. What's going on in the comments, Hal? We haven't spoken to anyone for ages.
Well, it's a bit delayed, and people are just talking about when we're back on air and stuff. So. Riveting stuff.
Yeah, riveting.
And saying, wow, what a great race, because the open four-wheel drive races were cool, weren't they? They were good. Lots of displeased people in the paddock, lots of people who were not so displeased, but that's how it goes. You can't all be winners.
But one of you can win that mug. I saw an advert the other day for a job on a shopping channel, but I didn't fancy it. Did you fancy it?
Why? Because it was more than 3 hours work a week?
That hurts, man. That's deep, isn't it? No, it was selling jewellery. It's not really my thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't have any jewellery, do you? Oh, you have a ring?
No, I used to have a wedding ring. I used to have a watch. I had several watches, and then I know over the time they break, and then you realise you've got a phone.
And you don't know what the time is.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's great. If you don't know what the time is, you can't be late, can you? And as anybody who's ever worked with me will know,
it's painful.
I'm Mr. Punctuality. Andrew, well, coming. I'll be there in a minute. When we're a minute late, I need some water. Do you think we can get? Should we get Peter to get it? He's deep in conversation. Maybe we can. Peter. Can I have a bottle of water, please? Still, please. Thank you. Well, we forgot to do this just before we went on air. Right, enough messing around. Do enter the competition. Thank you for joining us this weekend. Thank you for your patience and thank you for your support for the wonderful, hard-working people in this brilliant little series who've managed to fix a track that, let's be honest, yesterday was not ideal, but today
Friday
is
night
a
the
lot
event
better.
wasn't happening.
Mega. Right. P2 Pira and P2 Matalamäki. Wow. Jonas Hägglund Nielsen and Carl Svedland, Alex Antila and Sebastian Isek, etc. on the front row. Matalamäki hasn't had a win. P2 Pira did win last time out in Latvia, if you remember. So might go well here. Stuart Fredriksson hasn't had a win either. So, sorry, Hägglund Nielsen. Down towards the first corner though, the danger man is there already. Carl Svedland trying to come up from row number 2. He's had 4 wins this year and he wants to make it 5. Pitches the cross car into turn 1. P2 Pira loses out to P2 Matalamäki in the first corner, but I think Matalamäki's run wide. P2 Pira up the inside. And where's Carl Svedland? Carl Svedland trying to come through but can't find his way at the moment. So P2 Pira leads. It's fairly bumpy in the run up to the jump.
Svedland was looking for all options there in turn 1 and down into 2, just couldn't find a way through. There's a bow wave of water coming off Pira's car through turn 4 with the amount of water that's been put down to suppress the dust and try and bind the surface together ahead of the finals. Another big water splash coming up the hill back onto the tarmac. Alex Antila all over the back of Carl Svedland, who is coming good when it matters most at the end of this long event here for the Crosscar Juniors. Svedland into the Joker first time around.
So Svedland's ducked out of traffic. Obviously has enough faith that everyone in this race is quick enough. You don't want to go Joker too early if you think you're going to get in traffic. Hal, where are we? Where are our other 2 cars? Because we're missing, only the front 4 are visible here, so I think someone's got tangled up in the background. We're missing 2 cars later back in the, no, don't worry Peter, it's out on track, we're missing them. Oh, sideways for Antila all the way through. They're ready for Crosscar Senior, aren't they already?
Yeah, that car control is brilliant, and that's
2
what we're seeing.
Pal, look at the, sorry to interrupt, look at the bump through here. There are 2 big bumps on the exit of turn 3 now that weren't there earlier.
That's what we were seeing earlier on, isn't it? Etc.'s missing, but has crossed the timing line at the back of the pack. But Nielsen, who I think we just saw going around in the background, yet Nielsen is also going, but some 16 seconds down. So
there was an issue
has happened there for Etc. And Nielsen, a shame for them because Etc. has been really quick this weekend, also really quick. Alex Antila, but just can't find a way through at the moment on Matalamäki.
Svedland, Hal, having Joker on lap 1 with the problem we were saying, weren't we? It's risky to go on the first lap. It's worked beautifully. Couldn't have known what's happened behind him because they don't have a spotter. So it's just Joker on lap 1 to get himself out of the traffic. There's one car parked up in the hairpin. So one of the cars is parked in the hairpin on the standard lap. So actually, Svedland unknowingly has Jokered away from the trouble.
That's somebody else, I think, not one of the 2 drivers who...
That's missing already?
I think it's Antila, is it,
no!
Who has dropped it.
So as Antila gone round in the hairpin, there was a double wave yellow up at the top hairpin.
I think it was Antila. I just saw a bit of a square shape. Yeah,
dropping down the order.
Tumbling down the order on the timesheets.
So that's Svedland up into P3. So Svedland is now 3rd in the background. The person who's the man who's won, boy, not quite sure how old Carl is. Could be 12, could be 16. But he's had 4 wins, 1 P2, 1 P3, and has had, as Hal said, a tricky weekend. Could he take the win here, or will it be 2 in a row for P2 Pira, who only joined the series once we got up north to Latvia, and is proving to be a great challenge for the form man Svedland.
Pira did the fastest lap of the race so far last time around. They are both into the Joker, the two leaders, Pira and Matalamäki. This is to try and cover off from Svedlund behind, and with Antila's car presumably still stuck on the inside. Yes, it is indeed. Pira comes out of the Joker, just runs a bit wide, Carl out of shape. Matalamäki going as well, and they both clear Svedlund.
Well, brilliant stuff. On to the final lap. Everybody has jokered. They're all still going round, but unfortunately, thanks to... Alex Antila isn't. But the other 5 are going round. As Hal said earlier, they are some 11, 12 seconds off the lead and 9 seconds off the previous car. Go on, Hal.
Pira ran very wide there in turn 2. Massive bump. They'll be pleased this is the last lap, because that is really unsettling the cars. Svedlund hovering in the background.
I was going to say that's going to be rough on Crosscar, but the next final out is actually FC2. So they're going to have to deal with that. Look at the wet in here as well. That won't be such a problem for the four-wheel drive FC2s. Left-hander to go then, Svedlund still looking to see if he can make up one more place on Matalamäki. For Svedlund, who qualified in 5th, but with a 5th and 8th, the 6th. In the end, came good in Q4 with a P2. So Svedlund's form did get better when it mattered, and maintains his 100% podium record in P3. A 3rd, 4 wins and a 2nd. Svedlund will get there in 3rd place, but the winner is P2 Pira. Finish 1-2 at home in Finland for Pira and Matalamäki. And that is Pira's 3rd podium in a row with a P3 and 2 wins from the 2 races in Latvia and the single header here in Finland. Brilliant driving, P2 Pira and Carl Svedlund. Absolutely, look at this, straight into the donuts. The class of the junior field at the minute, taking nothing away from Matalamäki with a P2. And that's Matalamäki's first podium as well. So top qualifier Matalamäki was in Latvia, but had a DNF and a P5. Great stuff in the juniors.
And yet another great recovery from Svedlund, who wasn't there during the weekend really, struggling, was in the first race quite often, having not got the time in the previous run, and right there at the end.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. 13 years old. Right, we're going to fix the hole in the track, so we'll show you some slow-mos while they do that, or otherwise you can watch them fix the hole if that's what you'd like to do. We'll let the directors in Stockholm decide whether or not you're watching the hole being filled. But yeah, I think good idea, don't you? It's a fair old, that's a sizable bump. Obviously from the regrade, they're doing their best, aren't they, to regrade in between sessions, but...
Yeah, there's only a finite amount of resources in there, and they're allocating that as they can, but clearly that's a big bump.
We have time, that's the thing. It's 3:30 in the afternoon, we've got 6 races to go, so actually...
And 2.5 hours in which to complete.
Yeah, yesterday...
Get ready for a long stream.
We could be quite some time. There you go, look at that. Yeah. So that car needs recovering as well. Alex Antila.
This is the rut we're talking about. It's like a mini bump before the jump, isn't it? Where it's just following out.
So they'll get that sorted. P2 Pira, P2 Matalamäki, and Carl Svedlund. They qualified 1, 2, and 4 for the final. I think as both me and Hal have said, a great recovery from Svedlund, but P2 Pira is looking very good indeed, and runs a big number on the front of the car, which makes them a favourite immediately. Confirmation of your results: Sebastian Isak gets 4th, Jonas Hägglund Nielsen 5th, Alex Antila. Some great driving this weekend from Antila to take the TQ and win 2 of the sessions, but it wasn't to be in the final. I feel a bit for Alex Antila, how been top qualifier in Holland and ended up 4th. Where else? A 5th, a 4th, and a 6th in the various different races so far. Antila has
super
the pace.
Quick today. This
great
weekend,
decision making yesterday. Yeah.
Great spatial awareness in the first couple of corners.
Yeah.
Here come the cavalry.
So out go the big Tonka toys. You guys have a watch of this at home, and as soon as that hole's filled in, we're going to get out there and have 6 FC2s entertain you in the best way possible. So stay with us.
ever rallycross event, first ever major motorsport event here at this brand new venue. This is going to be a good one based on the pace and competitive order of FC2 so far this weekend. There's been a lot of work done between the open four-wheel drive semi-finals and this final in the paddock.
Yeah, good to see Ericsson back on the grid, isn't it? I wasn't sure we were expecting that, but he is there. Svensson too, who had the broken rear suspension. Kasper Janssen, Tommy Howman on the front row. Oliver Ericsson, Fraser McConnell on row 2. Elias Svensson and Simon Olofsson on the back row. Should be an even start, shouldn't it, between this start bar and a bit of wheel spin on the inside line. Svensson moves across. Ericsson looks like he's going to try and cover him, but will also want to be ready to make the over-under in turn 1 if he can. Kasper Janssen knows, though, and keeps it tight. Fraser McConnell might lose out to Svensson here if he's not careful. Gets on the handbrake and on the throttle. Svensson actually straightens him out. Jamaican with over-rotation in the first corner. Ollie Ericsson gets up the inside of Howman. Howman goes back past. Tommy Howman goes back past Ollie Ericsson. That's the freshly regraded part of the track, but Kasper Janssen leads from Howman, Ericsson, Svensson, McConnell and Olofsson.
Brilliant move from Tommy Howman up the inside of Ollie Ericsson. Ollie looking back at the inside of Tommy Howman. Ollie was so disappointed to drop out of that semi-final in open four-wheel drive just a few minutes ago. They've got the car fixed and now he's back in the hunt to try and win this FC2 final. His teammate, though, Kasper Janssen, is absolutely flying out front. Svensson, whose car was damaged at the end of the four-wheel drive semis, is...
Ericsson looks for an exit.
Through the hairpin.
He looks like he's got great pace, doesn't he? Certainly on the way into corners. Ericsson, he's going fantastically. Fraser McConnell's been released behind by Svensson going joker. Dirt on the start, finish straight. Ericsson goes up the inside of Howman, gets into his door. Howman gets pushed ever so slightly wide. The Finnish driver tries to stay on the gas, but loses out on the exit. So Ericsson charges his way through. Good move.
Ollie Ericsson's on a massive charge here to make amends for his disappointment of earlier on. Up the inside of Tommy Howman, who was regarded as one of the best rallycross drivers on the planet at the moment. Ollie Ericsson, with all of his experience and talent as well, is on a mission to catch teammate Kasper Janssen. You can see Andrew clearly closing in on the leader.
Fraser McConnell's onto the back of this pack now. If one of them doesn't go joker, I'm pretty confident he will. That would also cover off Svensson behind. What does Howman do? Howman goes standard lap. Surely Fraser will go joker in the background. He does. Good move, I think.
Kevin Eriksson, his spotter, sending him in. One of the many roles by Kevin this weekend. This is about
Svensson's
the gap
close.
between Svensson and McConnell.
Svensson versus McConnell coming out the merge. Where are they? Oh, they're side by side, and McConnell just gets it. So Fraser McConnell just holds on. Brilliant call on the spotting.
Brilliant spotting from Kevin Eriksson. Oh, Janssen's wide in turn 2. That's allowed Ollie Ericsson to close onto the back of the Silver Machine. Amazing job as well by the JC Race Technique squad to get Svensson's car repaired. It was in the paddock while Nicholas was just finishing his interviews with the rear of the car up in the air, so they've managed to fix the rear suspension on that. Ollie Ericsson sideways, loses a bit of ground.
Both these two Armco barriers on either side look like they're nowhere near the track, and still people start really pushing. Howman now looks up the inside of Ericsson. Great move by Howman. Barges Ericsson wide just as he had done to him earlier on in the race, but this is all again playing into the hands of McConnell and Svensson behind. Assuming they're not squabbling as well. Off to the joker lap now goes Ericsson. Ericsson's in the joker. Watch for Fraser McConnell and Svensson on the inside line. Ericsson coming down the hill now. He might just get out in front of them despite what's happened. McConnell over the bank almost. Svensson avoids him and comes through, but Ericsson comes back through anyway. Wow.
That move from Tommy Howman on Ericsson was a repayment, wasn't it, in the various possible way for the move earlier on. A hard pass from Tommy Howman. What a shame for McConnell, who just ran up the bank there and got the nose stuck in that soft, loose surface section. There's
here we go then, Svensson, yeah, over the jump, whereabouts looking back. Howman's in front of Svensson, yes, Janssen up the road. So what's the gap between those two, Howells? 1.6 last time round.
Neither is jokered there, have they? Ollie Ericsson 6 seconds behind the leaders as the first of the drivers to have been in the compulsory extra route. This is Janssen and Howman into the joker lap on the final tour.
Ericsson coming round on the standard lap, dives into the inside line. Ericsson will give it a big chuck surely on his way in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He does come sideways, full throttle, almost half spin. Kasper Janssen coming down the straight. Where's Ericsson going to end up? Front of the bodywork is off the car. Kasper Janssen comes through. Tommy Howman gets P2, Ericsson makes it back into third, shedding panels as he comes down the straight and has to stop because the mini bonnet is up at the front of the car. Kasper chucks it into a donut, almost collects Svensson in doing so.
Great start.
A Mad Max drive from Ollie Eriksson, who took the fastest lap of the race, destroyed the front of the car, desperately trying to get everything out of the final corner, couldn't quite get it done. Great job for Janssen. How did Tommy Howman fight back from being shoved to the bottom of the order early on? That was a great final.
Him and Eriksson, the two passes were both hard but fair rallycross passes.
They'll be displeased with each other, but
it's 50-50.
It's all fair in love and war, and neither of them fired each other off.
No, that's the thing. Me and Hal both got a big grin on our face because, yes, they'll both want a word, but they'll both also go, it's 1-1. Maybe I'll just leave it. It's different if you feel aggrieved because you haven't had it. But, yeah, there we go. That was mega. Great finals. I like the Kumi Ring. What do you guys think? Come on, now you've seen some racing. What do you think of the track?
Ollie Eriksson is dragging half of an FC2 back into his paddock area behind us.
The whole of the front bumper is gone. The bonnet is there. Fraser McConnell. Wow, Fraser ran up that dirt bank, didn't he? Just got in. What you see in Rally Sweden again, how we've spoken about a number of times, leaned too hard on the dirt and got the front flicked around, didn't he?
Yeah, and then got sort of stuck in it and had to keep his foot buried to drive back out of it again. There are the marshals.
He did well not to end up in the Joker lap, I thought, because that was where I thought he was going at first.
There, the marshals repairing the tyre stacks up at the hairpin, the final corner.
Wow. Right. So a bit of track repair going on. We'll give you an idea of when the next final's going to be, and we'll see if we can get some guests in the meantime. But until then, we'll wait and see what's happening. Right, you can see there's a lot going on here. There's a slight technical issue in Stockholm, which the guys are working really hard to fix. You might notice we had just one camera towards the end of the final. They're doing their absolute best to get it sorted.
A built-in brake for the track repairs
we
anyway.
Do, so perfect timing.
Yeah,
perfect timing.
Hopefully we're going to see here from Casper Janssen if
Peter's just gone running to get him. So that's what we're going to do. The guys are doing a brilliant job here. They work, as we've said many times, ever so hard to try and get things sorted. Mate, there's no one I don't want to talk to from that final, Hal. What are people saying?
You ask people about the track. Someone says it's flat, but the drivers are making it exciting. I promise you, it's not flat. It's not flat.
It's nowhere near flat.
If you watch the pre-show we did earlier, you can see we made an effort to show the elevation change. Casper,
mate, well done. Let's get a headset on you first of all. Casper Janssen with his third win of the year in FC2. He's also had 2 P2s and 2 P5s. Look at my stats. There you go, mate. Get the little microphone in front of you. Gob, there we go. Marvellous. Mate, well, first of all, the semi-finals for open four-wheel drive and then that fight. Yeah, I know. Your grin tells us all we need to know. Some brilliant racing.
Yeah, thank you. The semi-final was really too much fighting. Low rungs, doing some mistake, and I needed to try to pass him, but they didn't go so well. But
it went well from our point of view. We loved it. You're seeing you guys. You guys were side by side for about a lap and a half.
Yeah, I know, but we were a little slow in the straight. That maybe pain a little bit in that.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Okay. And then brilliant result there.
Yeah.
Got it done. Here we are. Look, it was a win by 1.1 behind you. You weren't necessarily...
Chaos.
Yeah, carnage behind you. Ollie came in with the front bumper missing. Fraser nearly went over the bank into the Joker lap, but not quite. Yeah, he did a 50-50 grind down the top of the dirt. Yeah, pretty amazing. Actually, we can take a look at the highlights now. Let's have a look at the highlights from that final. Oh, in a minute. We can have a look at the highlights in a minute. And maybe we can get Casper to talk us through that.
How's it been for you here, mate? Obviously, the track was difficult yesterday, much more consistent today. But what's it like now, driving in the best of the conditions you've had?
yeah, so yesterday was quite difficult, but we was fast yesterday. So we won the time practice and Q1, so it was really good for us. And Q2 we break the cooler, and we have a lot of problem today also with cooler. So but managed to fix it to semi-final. So yeah, and it's nice to end it with a win in FC2 final.
Take a look at this here, mate. This is that last run. Talk us through it. What was going on?
Yeah,
You'll only see bits of it.
Tommy did a little bit better start than me, and then first corner I drove very slow, so no one can pass me. So yeah,
Bit of contact in the background. Yeah, nothing too major. It was all pretty sensible at this point, wasn't it?
Oh, so
how was the bump there? Because there was a big bump there in junior cross car.
Yeah, it was really a little bit bumper now than before, but you also have some water on, though it was really slippery. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Nearly.
It was a lot of water in the last corner, so it was very slippery. And also in the first corner it was slippery because of all the dirt from last corner. So.
Yeah, a lot of gravel in the corner. Here we go. This is Ollie coming down. This is
There's
the
Mad
finish.
Max in the background. Ollie Eriksson.
Look at it.
Thing there was shit.
Yeah, exactly. There's what there goes the front right wing, and then Stonuts, mate. Nicely done.
Yeah, last one.
So you still have the other final to go?
No,
you didn't make the other final.
No.
Just Fraser.
Yes, of course. Yeah, my bad.
But
okay.
the new FC2 upgrades. The first time you've run with them in a race weekend. How are they feeling?
Of course, much better. You need to think about to get the gears in, and that's of course a good feeling to have in the car. And but maybe it was a little bit long straight there for us, but
yeah, you're on the limiter at the end.
Yeah.
We saw a couple of times where you guys would get ahead of a Super World Victor. So you got ahead of Victor on the drag, and then at the end of the straight, is that when you hit the limiter?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's really annoying, isn't it?
But to be side by side and fighting with a works Peugeot from Supercar, it shows how far the FC2 has come in.
Yeah, of course, we're going for a big step to this race, so that's good. But we need to fix some more stuff, so we really need to beat them. So.
And we were both in Loiak a couple of weeks ago. You drove the FC2 in some of the demo races. I know you're a racer and you want to win every time you get in, but nice to be part of that sort of event as well.
Yeah, it was really cool, and a lot of cars. You drive it too, so it was cool. So yeah, a lot of cool cars also.
Would you drive Hal Ridge's car if he let you?
Yeah, of course.
Who would say no to any opportunity?
Would you let Casper drive your car, Hal?
Based on today, yeah. Based on other days I've seen him, perhaps not. But based on today, 100%.
I understand it.
Based on the final, yes. Based on the semi-final, no. Mate, well done. Congratulations.
Yeah,
and we'll catch up with you later. Cheers, mate. Good job.
Cheers, mate. Well done.
This we've never met before, as you can probably tell. This is Pitu Pira. Way, well done! Fantastic job. So Pitu, you got you had I think it was a second and a first in Latvia.
Yeah.
And now another win here.
Yeah.
Are you pleased?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
13, turning 14.
That's just Hal, he would kick our butts. You know that, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah. How fun has it been to race at home here in Finland in Rally X?
I like the track, but in the final it was not in a good condition.
There was a big bump before the jump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was hard to manage?
No, but it was. I couldn't get the speed to the jump, so.
Okay, so then the jump wasn't so easy.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Peter, you need it. We need a picture with Pitu Pira, please. We're just getting a camera out, and then we're going to take a look. Let's get a picture,
screen, mate.
Hal, let's get a picture first of all with Peter, our winner. There we go. There we go. Yeah, this way. Here we go. This way. There we go. And we're going to take a. Peter, you can take a look at the bump here, mate. Have a look at this. So here it is. Talk us through how did it feel to do this?
It was quite hard, but not so bad.
So you managed. It was okay once you.
Yeah.
I guess on the first lap it was a big surprise.
Yeah, it was because in the semi-final it wasn't so bad.
Yeah, it wasn't there, was it?
And you were running right to the side, the right-hand side of the jump. That is because that is the cleanest line for you.
No, because the jump got me there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of course, you like to jump as high as possible.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Peter, congratulations. Well done.
Thank
We're
you.
really proud of you.
Well
it's
done.
fantastic. Yeah, honestly. 13 years old. Expect this young man to be a superstar of rallycross in the future. We're going to be going racing again in about 10 minutes' time, I believe, at 15 minutes' time. Sorry, about 15 minutes' time. So stay with us. We'll get the track ready and prepped. And round of applause at home for Pitu Pira. Woo! Well done, mate. Welcome back to the Kumi Ring in Finland. We are very close to Kouvola, which is where we normally have always raced here in Finland. They've got another brilliant track called Kymiring here. They're very lucky now, how? They've got 2 very good rallycross tracks within, what, 10k of the city? I can't think of anywhere else with 2 good tracks that close, can you? He's having to think about it.
No.
That's a win for me. We are waiting on the 4-wheel drive Pro-Am final.
To anyone that's ordered merch, I saw some comments in the YouTube chat that I've chased up with. Calla, the producer, everything was sent in the previous week. So because it's all brand new, there was a bit of a delay with the initial dispatch, but everything is in the post to wherever you live. And you should have it very soon indeed.
And we are aware that you want mugs. Somebody said they would buy 9. And they live in Australia. We don't quite know about shipping to Australia.
Yeah, no problem.
But we're just gonna hassle people out to get it done, basically. So if you want stuff, put it in the comments or harass people on Instagram. DM RallyX.
But if you want to win a mug, get in the Instagram account and comment on the latest post, and you could win a mug this afternoon.
It's a picture of a mug being held by 2 mugs, if you're wondering which post it is. So have a look at that. It's been signed, indeed. And hat-trick of mugs, and there are 2 tickets in there to any event, or every event if you want to, for Rally X for the rest of the year. Right, missing from this one is Philip Turenne and Pasi Penton. So it's a 4-car race for the 4-wheel drive Pro-Am. Remember, the Pro final is still to come. Seppa few people there with the reps maybe a little bit too low, but Seppa gets away nicely, as does Ikonen. Ikonen ran too deep earlier on in the semis up in turn 1. Oh, and Seppa gets absolutely cleaned out from behind. Somehow holds on. Jari Turi it was who ran into the back of him, and somehow Seppa has held on despite that contact.
Teammates in Dynamo RX, that is exactly not what Seppa needs, primarily because he really wants to try and win the Pro final later on this afternoon. This is the AM final, which really he ought not to be given his performance so far this weekend, but he is an AM driver based on previous form. Still at the front of the order, but as you say, Andrew, got absolutely mullered in turn 1.
He did. Mullered, cleaned out. Those are 2 good phrases for that kind of contact. That will be a conversation to be had afterwards.
Well, they're parked absolutely next to each other.
Yes,
in the
exactly.
10,
It's going to be unavoidable, isn't it? So,
yeah. Over there.
Marcus Martinov's at the back of the pack in the 208. Being run by Ronald. Oh, Ronald Spalding's popped in earlier on. Thank you, Ronald. You're an absolute gentleman. He bought us a bottle of Riga Black Belgium, which we will not drink today. And he also gave us a lovely little trophy to say thank you for basing his time in Rally X to help him, which is super kind of him. Because in our opinion, we didn't really do anything, Hal, did we, other than talk about him and be enthusiastic about his sentence.
He should get a full
He should.
medal.
I'll go and give him one, actually.
Posthumously, not that he's not here anymore.
We need one, yeah.
Posthumously.
Post-retiredly, yeah. We'll have to go and see him. We'll go and do that. He needs a full send medal, definitely. So, Seppa leading from Ikonen. Who's in the Pro final? Is it only Seppa in the Pro final later? Yes, it is. So, yeah, he's the only one who's got to keep this nice and clean. Hal, when is the opportunity to make Seppa a pro driver? Is it Sweden? Or does it have to be next year?
No, I think once you're in the AM series, you want to try and win the AM championship, don't you? You can't change
halfway through
mid-campaign.
No.
I do think that Jake Walker should have been in the AM
so do I.
category, but
so do I.
all the FC2s, it was decided to go in the Pro, so I kind of get that as well. The level of the FC2 drivers is generally someone that has succeeded in other rallycross formulae, whereas Jake Walker is brand new.
Yeah, I think the fact that Jake's never been here before, never done any rallycross before, I think we need to maybe make a dispensation for that in future and just say, look, if you're brand new to rallycross, I think the other thing you do...
The thing is you don't normally get brand new drivers to rallycross at the highest level.
In an FC2, no. But fair play to him. And we know he's had a great time, and that's actually the most important thing, because I think it's really, really easy to forget that this is supposed to be fun. And when you're a driver and you get all stressed out about results, it actually can be not as much fun.
And normally, when you get a new driver to rallycross and in the highest level, they're a Matthias Ekström or an Alexander Wirtz or... Timo Scheider or something, and in which case you're definitely not an AM, are you? So it's tricky to place people.
Ikonen looked like he was going to go Joker there, then Seppa went to Ikonen and changed his mind at the last second. Seppa's 2 sideways, and that might give the advantage to Ikonen. So Ikonen spotters need to be on the radio saying, make this a tidy one, make this a perfect lap. So could Mikko Ikonen here take the AM final if Seppa's made a mistake? What's the gap to come over the line? 3.4.
Yes, the Callion will be on the radio giving Mikko the hurry up, but You don't want to put too much pressure on your driver either, and Seppa's gone wide there into turn 2. I wonder if we can have a look back at Seppa, because I wonder if there's something going wrong, because he's been very sideways in the Fabia. That's a new shot of the jump, isn't it? That's cool.
Yeah, I like that. I did see that camera there this morning, parked up on the side of the road. Nobody's managed to knock it over either. Ikonen coming through now. Can he hold on to take a win in the AM final? Would be epic if he does. It would be a home win, of course. Looking down my list, Mikko has had a win last time in Latvia. This would be another nice feather for the cap, though. Seppa on the inside, Ikonen on the outside. Two Finns going for the win here at home in Finland. This could be very close on the merge indeed. Mikko Ikonen coming down the hill with a better exit speed. Seppa should hold on, though. Anton Seppa does indeed hold on for the checker flag. He takes the win here in Finland with Ikonen P2. And Jari Turi coming down the hill now. Gonna get P3. So it is all finished 1, 2, 3 at the Kumi Ring for Rally X Full Drive Pro Am.
I think Anton and Mikko will both be equally pleased with that. Yes, of course, every racing driver wants to win every time they go out, don't they? But Ikonen is a realist, and he's worked hard to get back this season to where he wants to be, and he's enjoying driving the car again, which is something he's been focusing on. He's selecting different rallycross events in different series, and that is a proper assault from the rear, isn't it, from your teammate?
Yeah.
By Jari Turi on the back of Anton Seppa, who saved it beautifully by burying the throttle.
Look how well he did.
Having a whole load of opposite lock.
Look how well, because that is the boom. Did you see the bumper? Well, the bumper came off, I think, for...
That's when all your brake bias is on the front through no choice, just because they're the only wheels touching the ground.
Yeah. Oh, the impact too is just grim. The thought of it is grim. Gabrielson, who was in the studio earlier, is heading out now for Open two-wheel drive. Is that next? No, it's after cross car. Got cross car up first. Good stuff. Anton Seppa wins the Open 4-Drive AM final by 0.3 of a second from Mikko Ikonen. Would have been a bit more if Seppa hadn't made a mistake in the Joker on the second to last lap. There you go. Jari Turi P3 and Marcis Martinovs in P4. Right, cross car. Your front row then is Romat Cerna and Thomas Eek Merstad. Row 2, Vettel Tree and Martin Ugar. And row 3 is Uniten Yolalami and Espan Isaksetra. Romat Cerna has had 1 P5 this year and is here on the pole, having had a very impressive qualifying performance.
He's had a shocker this season based on his own previous form, hasn't he,
yeah.
Cerna?
This could be the return to form. However, he needs to beat Eek Merstad, who's had 2 P2s and a win. Sorry, that's me blowing up.
And then you've got Tree, who's made such a step up. Yulalami, who's now found his form again.
Martin Ugar on the outside, who can never count out, even though she's
and he's etc., who's been absolutely flying this weekend for the first proper time in the Speed Car Wonder.
All of the semi-finals for cross car were close affairs. We now take the 6 best drivers from those semi-finals and put them together for a banger. Let's go. Cerna, Eek Merstad, Vettel Tree, Martin Ugar, Yulalami and Isaksetra. Jump start, Vettel Tree's jump the start. I think it's from slot 3. No, it says, yes it is, yeah. The top of your screen says slot 3. That's a real shame. That takes 1 out, and that now means you don't want to jump the start on the next one.
Because it's a long joker here, isn't it? So
yeah, game over. Okay, reset this one. What a shame. What am I doing here? Putting stuff in a pile as usual. Marvellous. So double joker for Vettel 3, unfortunately. Don't want to jump the start at this point, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Someone says first jump start of the weekend. I think they might be right. Is it? Oh, maybe there's one yesterday.
I think there was one. Yeah. Good effort though. Again, Cerner, big burst out 3, Yugar, Yulalami, and it's etc. at the back. Lights go out, wait for the green. There it is. Oh, Vettel 3 gets a less good start this time round, but still in the mix, moves across to the inside line. Big Merstad, though, is going to shut the door on Cerner. Surely get on the brakes early. Look, they're all wise to it now. They nobody wants to get undercut in the first corner, and then you need to get it into turn 2. Super sideways from Eek Merstad, but holds on to the position. Cerner drops into P2, Vettel 3 into P3. Yulalami has got up from the back row into P4, and in the background you can see Yugar is passing East, etc.
Best start of the whole grid was Yulalami in the background, wasn't it? Who nearly got up the inside of Vettel Tree, his JC Race Technic teammate, but didn't quite get it done. Tree forcing the issue on the inside because he really needs to get some track position here to get in and out of the Joker 2 times compared to everybody else's one. Espadis, etc. looking to the inside of Martin Yugar towards the end of the lap, can't find a way through. Who's going to Joker this time around?
None of the lead 4 do, so from P5, Yugar. Yeah, Yugar goes in. So Yugar's gone Joker. He'll be hoping, won't he, for a bit of complication for the others as they run round in a pack.
Sensible from Tree here, I think.
Look at Yugar's Joker in the background, absolutely sent it down the hill.
Sensible, I think, for Tree, because so often you see people with 2 Jokers take the first one early to get out of the way, and actually that just drops you out of the window and you're dead and gone. I think you're sometimes better to stay in the pack and just be there to try and cause a bit of a bit of racing around for other people and see what happens. So
pick up the pieces if you need to.
Absolutely.
Eek Merstad is edging away a little bit from Romet Cerner. Merstad won 2 sessions, Cerner won 1. Going to look at times, but it's irrelevant really. I think Cerner's was the fastest time of the weekend.
Pop of flames from the back of Tree's car as he goes over that little bump after turn 4. He's etc. driving nicely in the background, but not really having the pace we've seen so far this weekend. But Martin Yugar at the back, running the car right to the barrier on the outside of the loose. He's on a big charge.
Yugar's Joker was so impressive. Now look in the background here. Who's gone this time round? Is it Yulalami or is it etc.?
Tree, I think, isn't it?
Is it Tree? Tree with the first of the 2 Jokers. So Tree maybe going to come out alongside Yugar. They come down the hill in the background.
That won't help Yugar at all, will it? Because he's basically come out behind someone who's still yet to go into the Joker again, not someone he's racing for a net result, and that could harm his podium challenge.
I think he might have dropped him.
He hasn't, no.
No, you're right. Oh, Vettel Tree runs wide and Yugar goes up the inside.
No,
so Yugar, okay, now he has. Yugar's absolutely on it. I'm loving seeing him chuck the car around in the background.
He's etc.'s in no man's land now because Yugar's closed so much on the back. Look at the car just popping around on the loose.
I was going to say how we've both been lucky enough to drive buggies or cross cars, whatever you want to call them, for a number of occasions. When the track is rough, they are incredibly physical. They're physical enough anyway, but when you're also reacting to the bumps and the ruts, they get really hard to drive.
First time I raced when I had blisters on my hands because I was hanging onto the wheels so tight, I learned not to do that after a little while.
It's a bit like that. Who's gone this time? Is it
Merstad.
Merstad's gone from the lead?
Yeah, I think this is to cover off Yugar in the background, isn't it? Runs a bit wide on the exit, does Thomas Eek Merstad, but he's cleanly got that job done over Yugar. The only risk here for Merstad is he gets tucked up behind Yulalami and allows Robert Cerner to pull away.
Oh, fully sideways down into turn 2. So of the cars that have joked, you're looking at Merstad in the background with the red and blue. He is your leader. Yugar jokered early and has managed to get up into what is a net P2 on the road.
We've seen Eek Merstad do this several times, haven't we? Joker from the lead early on. Oh, that super sideways.
Is savage on the exit of the second left-hander. So you got the left after the jump. There's a savage bump just there. Look at them fighting through here too. Track's done well today, but it is now showing signs of being a long day. So last lap, up towards the Joker lap goes Romet Cerner.
Eek Merstad hasn't lost much time there in the fight with Yulalami on the inside.
Done, coming into the standard lap. Cerner, though's got it. Oh, he's gone round. Eek Merstad at half spin. Romet Cerner's going to come through and take the win. Romet Cerner at the very final corner of the race. A tiny mistake for Eek Merstad. A brilliant lap by Romet Cerner. Takes the win in cross car. His first win of the year. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, he's made up with it, look. Oh, Eek Merstad will be absolutely gutted. That might be Cerner's first win ever, Hal, in cross car. He was P2 3 times last year. Romet Cerner gets it done here in Finland. Martin Yugar gets P3.
Double podium for the Pace Motorsport squad from Estonia. I think really Ikmerstad will rue that strategy, because you put a lot of pressure on yourself being on the inside line when you know there's someone in the Joker that's just that bit ahead of you.
I wasn't expecting Cerner to be that close though when he jokered. How close was Cerner when he jokered?
He was fine though, wasn't he? Did the best lap of the race on a 59.2.
Yeah, got it done when it mattered.
And even though Ikmerstad wasn't right up behind Yulalami, that car being ahead just distracts you that tiny bit.
Ugar was P6, Hal, at the start of the first lap. Look, and managed to get back from there. I mean, I think that's after the Joker, that second shot.
I mean, if you'd have offered Ikmerstad second in the final yesterday when he was rolling through turn one, he probably would have bitten your hand off.
There is that, and yeah, it's a third P2 of the year for him. Not the end of the world, but always a bit disappointing. Here it is, Look at the Joker as well, though. Cerner absolutely sent the Joker, as did Ugar before him. Combination of the two, isn't it? Because it wasn't a big mistake by Ikmerstad, but it was enough to drop him back.
Classically, a late Joker always brings action, doesn't it? And I'm really growing to like this track.
Yeah, me too. I was trying to think if that's... I'm looking back further. Yeah, it is Romet Cerner's first win in cross car. Absolutely fantastic. Romet Cerner with his first win in cross car by 0.9 of a second from Thomas Ikmerstad. Martin Ugar, great. P6 to P3 during that race. Yulalami gets fourth. Great result on his first event in his new chassis. Espinese, etc. And Vettel tree. What's going on, Hal? What's going on? Sending messages. Right, open two-wheel drive. Who's missing from this one? Simon Tiger is missing from this one. So Victor Johansson, Lucas Gabrielsen, Christian Jensen, Tiger missing, Ikonen at the back, Mikko that is. And away from the line at the first time of asking, and it's Peder T. Jensen in the Volvo who is just hidden by the catch fencing. Gabrielsen really will want to outrun Johansson down to the first corner, but Victor Johansson gets the Mercedes there first. And then we'll try to keep it tidy. Locks a wheel on the brakes into turn 2. Gabrielsen is right there. So, okay, tactically now, it could be different, but there's a fair pace differential here, Hal, because there wasn't a massive entry in open two-wheel drive. You can't necessarily joker early.
Yeah, I agree. Gabrielsen will have to stay out, I think, on this opening lap, although he's lost a bit of ground unexpectedly, I think, to Victor Johansson, who's struggling to get the Merc turned in there at the end of the straight after the jump. Now he's all over the back of Johansson is Gabrielsen. Jensen runs a bit wide. Similar escort of Mikko Ikonen behind. That's the ex-Räikkönen car, gets sideways through that rut, which I think they're going to have to deal with after this race, aren't they, to try and smooth it out that little bit. Who Joker's first time of asking, none of the top 4.
And Peder T. Jensen in the background does go Joker in the Volvo 240. Why not? On a spin, Ikonen's gone round. Ikonen's dropped it on the exit of the standard lap.
So yesterday, Mikko spun there, didn't he, and got collected by Simon Tiger, and he put it down to the rear suspension, bottoming out on the bump stops, and at that stage, it's like having no suspension at all, and the car just rotated on him. They need to deal with the rear suspension on that.
I think also, Hal, it must be pretty tricky, must it, to come from possibly the best supercar ever made, to go back into your rear-wheel drive car and make the adjustment between, oh yes, I'm in trouble, just gun the throttle as hard as I want and point it where I want to go.
Oh no, that hasn't worked.
Yeah. Oh yeah, wrong car. Really nice talking to Uti Ikonen earlier on, his wife, who's clearly really enjoyed stepping up from folk race into a higher level with open two-wheel drive. Shame her car didn't last the weekend. But always nice to see that people enjoy stepping up. Do come and have a go if you've got a suitable car. We've had a couple of people from British Rallycross come here this year and have a decent run. Gabrielsen's coming under pressure.
They'll all be back as well for Denmark, hopefully, in the end of the year, and certainly the final round in Estering. Estering's going to be a massive event, isn't it? Gabrielsen into the alternative extra route around the outside.
So see Gabrielsen's Joker. People are starting to get the idea, aren't they, that you can really chuck it into the Joker, but if you do and you bounce it off that bank, you can make a mistake.
For those wondering, Simon Tiger not in this race because the engine is kaput, as Uti Ikonen said about the engine in her. Oh dear
no, so Jensen, something big time's gone bang at the back of that.
Speaking of kaput engines.
Oh, that's gutting.
What timing?
Boom. Ah, what a shame. So Christian Jensen pulls the Ford Escort off from P2 on the road to park at the side.
The rate of attrition this weekend has been extraordinary in open two-wheel drive.
It has. Yeah, you
can't
blame that
is indicative of old school rallycross.
Yeah, true. Yeah, which is what this category is a bit more, isn't it? So Victor Johansson then out front. Jensen is gone. Gabrielsen has jokered and was 5.1 back, so it isn't over. Gabrielsen's in clear air. And this time Victor Johansson goes, so he's going with a lap to go, which is a sensible decision. Look at the rotation on the Mercedes in the background.
This is going to be a double podium for Mikko Ikonen as well. Fair play for making the effort.
He goes Joker on this lap. And the other Jensen will be too far back, I think, to affect him. Another lap to go. Gabrielsen chasing Johansson, but the gap is 2.4, and they've both been through the Joker. I love the fact that such a tiny little compact Toyota Starlet can go up against a Mercedes-Benz 190. It's just brilliant, isn't it? The concept could not be more different.
Yeah.
Gabrielsen saying he loved the gravel. I'm guessing he just feels the handling is better for a...
Well, the concept could be more different in that we saw the Super 1600s earlier this year in Portugal.
True, they work too.
But in terms of chassis size and engine displacement and stuff, then yeah, you're right.
The trouble with the two-wheel drives, as we always said, is the start, isn't it? So you could go with more power in a front-wheel drive, a la F2, but if you can't get the traction off the line, it's still not going to work, is it?
Well, ultimately, it's quicker over a lap. It has been proved many times in the British Rallycross Championship, but...
Can they run traction control over two-wheel drive?
I think you can do what you want.
Right, OK, let's have a look then. Victor Johansson coming down to cross the line. Brilliant drive by him. The checkered flag is out. This year, I think he is going to be the force in open two-wheel drive. That's his third win of the year. Yeah, brilliant drive, and that's after also being TQ. So every time, in fact, he's TQ'd 5 times, and he's only failed to convert it twice. Johansson with the donuts down at the far end of the straight. Gabrielsen gets P2. Mikko Ikonen does get P3. It's House a double podium.
Great result for Gabrielsen, who was brilliant when we had him in the studio earlier together with Uti Ikonen. We asked what the problems were in Riga, and he said the car was absolutely fine. It was all me, and he just couldn't get his head around the circuit in Latvia. But was very pleased to be back up here in the Nordic region. We'll be pleased with a P2. Wanted to be on the podium, and Ikonen, a double podium for Ikonen today is great for him. Even if he's spun there on more than one occasion up at the hairpin, he'll be pleased nonetheless.
Right, we're making a plan. We have a few delays, obviously, with the track repairs and so on that are going on. So we'll let you know any moment now when we'll be back with the racing. In the meantime, we're going to see if we can get some guests. In theory, we should be able to. Who are we looking for? We're looking for Victor Johansson and Romet Cerner, aren't we, really? Are we getting the winners, Peter? Have we sent a man with a dog to herd them up or something? We're going to herd the winners? Cerner? Romet Cerner? And Victor Johansson, if we can get them. We're going to see if we can bring them down here. We're getting a thumbs up from Nicholas.
Someone in the comments says Johansson won because Tiger's not there. No, I don't think that's fair on Victor, to be honest, because Victor's been very quick, and Simon didn't have the same kind of pace as Johansson across the course of the season so far.
As one of our cameramen climbs down from his mount there, look, 3 big cotton reels. We're going to move to our sofa area, so stay with us while you take a look at the track, and we'll be back with you any moment now. So Romet Cerner joins us in the studio. Romet has just come in and confirmed. We knew it was his first win in cross car, but it's actually his first win in his career. Congratulations, mate. Absolutely brilliant.
Thanks.
Well done, mate.
How do you feel? You look. I mean, you just said what just happened when you walked in here. Is that how it feels? A bit unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. When I saw the finish line and I saw that I'm the first, I can't explain with the words. That feeling. That's something else. I'm like literally still shaking, and wow. That's the best thing I ever experienced.
Oh, mate, I could not be more pleased for you. There is nothing like the emotion of sport. I absolutely love it. It's my favourite thing about this job, really. Victor, come in. Victor Johansson's coming in too. He can sit here. How it's fine. Chuck us a mic for him if you can. Yeah, congratulations. Victor, well done to you as well. But Romet just took his first ever win. He's so pleased. He's so pleased. Thanks, Hal. This is for you, Victor. You know that it's on already.
I hoped it will be last year at Alpspin. It was pretty good for me as well. The Alpspin track is superb. But
well, you're going to Alpspin next. Of course, this man's involved with that event. Wonderful. Did you see Eek Merstad made a slight mistake up at the top? You had him under a lot of pressure. You have to put people under pressure for them to make mistakes. You know what that feels like.
But my last lap was perfect. I counted like every corner. Like first corner, super Romet. Second corner, super Romet. Like,
that's brilliant.
Until the last corner, it was fuck. It was the choker was the best choker I have ever done in this weekend. So
brilliant.
That was so close. Like I pushed like hell.
That is absolutely epic, and to pull it off like that is just brilliant. What's up, Hal?
We've got a monitor to. They were going to show Romet his moment, but we can't see it because we haven't got a monitor. But yesterday you sat here on the sofa with us, and we talked about how tough it was this weekend with the track conditions. There's been a lot going on here, hasn't there? And dealing with all of that and finishing on top must be an even better feeling.
It is. It wasn't easy, but. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Absolutely. I wonder if can we see...
Yeah, we can see it now. We turn the monitor. If you're wondering what we're doing, when me and Hal press the button and you can't hear us, we're talking to Stockholm. So have a look at this. I'll move Hal's mug out the way. And
that is
it's a long way away. Yeah. But you're on the right-hand side, coming out the Joker here. Checker flag's waving, look. And at this point, I bet you're thinking, yes!
Can you see sideways there at the Joker merge? Could you see where Merstad was?
Nothing.
So you didn't know literally until you got to the merge. Were you waiting for him?
Yeah.
It's so high, isn't it, on the standard lap that you can't see who's on there. Good donuts too as well, mate. Have you been practicing those?
Every day.
Spent a lot of money on tyres. Congratulations. First ever win is a moment to be savoured.
And in this category,
it's
to take nothing away from the other classes in Rally X, cross car is wild, isn't it? Because one mistake in the heats and you're out of it, and you could choose one driver from 10 or so that could win.
Well, we said, didn't we, in the semi-finals were all brilliant. They were all close. And then we get to the final, like, wow, we got the two best from each of 6 brilliant semi-finals. And then you go at it again. It was great, mate.
And in the cross car category, Latvian boys, that was good job from you as well.
Romet, take one ear off and then you'll be able to hear Victor as well. Victor,
in the cross car category, you can't do like me and build a hybrid system or put a Wankel turbo super duper surcharger. Everything is pretty the same, and it's super tight racing, so that's incredible.
Cars are really equal, so we have to give the best and find the best setup as well. It's really important for with each race. Like if you nail with the setup and with your driving, then you are really confident, like I was in this race.
Absolutely. We said yesterday. I said earlier on the broadcast. Said Romet looks to me like he really thinks he can win this weekend. That's how I felt when you were here with us yesterday.
And I made the setup in my home, and I didn't change anything.
Really? That's it.
Like Sebastian Loeb when he last won Monte Carlo, didn't change the car at all.
Yeah. Did he not?
Yeah.
He likes Sebastian Loeb.
Even no clicks, 0 clicks. Like
I love that.
Yeah.
Just drive it.
Yeah.
Just drive it.
And it was perfect.
And that's remarkable, given how much the track has changed as well. There's been some big evolutions in the.
But I think that says how much he loves the car. I'm willing to bet money there are people out there who are going, please, can I have the setup sheet? They want to know. They want to know where every little thing is, but don't do it. Don't give anyone the setup.
I can give them the setup. So
if
they buy the DN11, so.
Okay, there you go. If you buy a TN11,
I can share the data with them. Just come and enjoy this best car in gravel. Definitely, this car is the best car in the gravel section.
You're a gentleman. Yeah. Nice one. You, by the way, actually third win of the year after your 5th top qualifier. You're a bit more used to winning, but it still feels good, doesn't it?
Of course, it feels good. I've been really close in Finland. This is a new track, obviously, but just missed out. I think I started in 22 in Rally X and got on top of my car with the hybrid system in Finland 22 and got up to speed there. Managed to get a P2 on my first podium there. So, Finland's have been a little bit, great qualifying, everything, but just not just there in the final. But I showed it today that today was my day. Yes.
Oh, it's honestly a fantastic performance. Hal?
Really poor run of reliability for many of the cars in open two-wheel drive, but I guess you can be so satisfied that you were there at the front all weekend. It's not like you weren't really there and then you capitalised. You've had great pace here, even maybe if that was a bit unexpected with your ride height and how rough the conditions were yesterday.
Yeah, it was, you know, I heard you talk to Oliver yesterday in the live broadcast. You talked 80-20 for the start and on track speed. I'm like, okay, 80 garage, 20 driving in our class. So you have to do your homework at home, build the package, you know, everything is different.
Get your mic nearer just a little bit. There you go, just for the noise.
Everything is, all the cars are pretty much different. You have strong or weak points everywhere, you know.
Great example though, isn't it? Same as Romet doing his setup at home, same as yourself. The races are won in workshops, aren't they? And all of that homework you do, whether that's in creating your wonderful system or refining the setup on a single make car, it's all about those fine details that you then have to deliver the final percent on the racetrack.
And if I take this season compared to the seasons before, you know, I felt I have pretty much the same speed this year, but the big difference is the starts. You know, my weekend, you know, through the qualifying is like we sit on the chair and watch the car. We're not lying under it and do some maintenance, because when you are 2-3 in the start and, you know, banging around and everything is flying everywhere.
Take a look at this. This is your start from earlier on up on the monitor here.
I had a little bit gravel on the inside.
Yeah.
In the
gravel is changing a lot.
Yeah, you can see you picked up a little bit of wheel spin, but here was the interesting thing for me. I think you guys have all learned if you don't keep it on the inside curb, somebody will do the wide tight move on you, which I really like turn 1 and 2. I think it's really hard. Mm-hmm. And this, Victor, this is the run down then to the finish line. I know the monitor is very small, sorry. We'll have to, we'll figure that out for future, but look at this. Brilliant stuff. Now, what I was going to say, Hal, you were saying about the workshop, when Victor had said about you have advantages and disadvantages, I was going to say about Gabrielson. The little tiny Toyota Starlet compared to the big Mercedes, which we have noticed you're now calling it the big Mercedes on social media. There's such completely different concepts.
It's pretty fun when we stand on the starting line. I'm like sitting 1.5 meters behind because his car is so short and everything, and sit far
so even though you're the top qualifier, he's still second on the grid.
Yeah, he's always in front of me with his chair.
That's brilliant. Oh, wow, good stuff. Romet, this will take a little while to settle in, I think, won't it?
It will do, yeah. Take some time to understand.
Do you think it will be, we have a saying in English, I don't know if you have the same in Estonia, about the monkey off your back, which is the weight off after you take a win. Do you think that this will open the door for you to know I can do this?
It's not about that, but I think you don't need to push anymore so much. Maybe you just, even if you're driving smoothly, you are actually quicker. If you push too much, like I did Q4 in this today, it wasn't perfect from my side. I pushed really hard, but my times were quite bad. But I really wanted to win, to get the first win.
Yeah.
And in Alpspen, and also I made with the Huka, I was pretty close to him. I just wanted the first win to get the first win. And now, if it's done, I can be like more easy, and the wins can come easier. I think, I'm quite sure.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, we're going to get ourselves ready. We've got what's
two things before we go. This is the mug that you can win on social media. It's got 2 passes for the rest of the year. Winner passes, they're used, and you use at all events. Don't have to be the same person.
Yeah.
So you can get free tickets to Alpspin. Sorry,
yeah.
you just lost two ticket sales.
Go ahead.
There's a sticker in there as well. What's
full
that?
Full send sticker
Mike,
in America.
And a travel mug that everybody wants. So get on Instagram, the RallyX Instagram, and
put a comment on there.
The funniest comment's going to win. That's going to be chosen later on today. Also get on the website and choose some cool merch.
What can we have in it? Is it free? You can put anything you want.
Anything you want.
Yeah, not just coffee.
No, tea, coffee, whiskey, whatever. What's your tipple? What do you like?
Water.
Boring.
Smoke whiskey, it will be good.
Yeah. Tonight?
Yeah, Lafrogue, something like a Hulin, something nice.
Romet, you better head off, I think. Good for you. And you stick around for a second. Go on. Thank you, mate.
Thanks,
yeah, well done.
Thanks.
Congratulations on your first win. So Romet's going to head out that way, mate. And yeah, we'll see you in a minute. Well done. Nice one. Wait for it. So they've got champagne out there, and they're all going to spray Romet with the champagne. Brilliant, fantastic. He didn't know that was coming. We'd had a little heads up from our TV team. Martin Newgar there as well with P3 Pace Motorsport holding up the pit board. That's a nice touch, isn't it, Victor?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not like
thanks for saving me from
my
getting
celebration is like family. We're hugging each other, you know, everything. Let's go and eat some bite.
And now you're looking and thinking, this looks good.
Yeah.
But Victor's also pleased he didn't get caught in that sticky mess
so
as well.
Mate, yeah, so am I.
On the final day, it's no problem. But like Saturday, you're gonna race the next day and covered in champagne. That's
Stinky,
not
it's gross, isn't it? Right, we've got 5 minutes before we go racing. We're going to get ourselves ready to go. We've got 2 races to go, Supercar Lights final, and then I think the open four-wheel drive final after that. So don't go anywhere. We're nearly done from Kumi Ring in Finland. Congratulations, Victor. 3 wins this year. He's on it. We'll see you soon. Stick around. Well, I was going to say one last dance from Kumi Ring, but it's two, because we've got supercar lights and then we have open four-wheel drive. So hopefully a couple of brilliant races for you. This one is made extra exciting, I think, by the fact that our top two qualifiers, Vitals and Anderson, both lost their semi-finals and have ended up on row 2, which promotes your third and fourth qualifiers to the front row. Julian Munier and Tobias Darbach bringing up the rear. Hampus Hagström up from junior cross car and doing a brilliant job already. Hagström just missed out on a podium last time in Latvia. And then Kevin Darbach back right of the grid. Marshall's waiting to get the cars underway. The track will have been re-prepped one last time to get these last two races away and make sure we get the best possible show from the four-wheel drive machines. Lights first, then as they open four-wheel drive. One FC2 made the final. Waiting for the lights. The Marshalls are gone. Like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, please. It helps the series very much if you do. So I wonder if there's some sort of an issue with the start lights here. We're waiting to see them light up, but nothing as yet. Okay. Just going to sort the start lights out and then we'll be away. Okay, the Marshalls are heading back to the front of the car. Stay with us. Having a little reset on the start lights. The timekeepers are doing their best. Ollie Eriksson has fixed the start lights. That is so very typical of this family. I'm surprised it wasn't Maria, to be honest. He did disappear. Ollie ran out of the lounge here in the studio just literally a moment ago and has gone and got it sorted. Fair play. The ready to race light comes on. And now we're away. Mooney had to kick the clutch there, but still somehow holds on to a decent start. Roberts Vitals is right up behind in the slipstream, fully in the slipstream alongside Darbach. Vitals maybe going to get up in the P2 here as Darbach surely can't get into that train on the inside. Anderson is also inside Darbach. Darbach here has been mugged from the outside of row number 1. Drops down, Vitals trying to go around the outside in turn 3. Now looks for the cutback on the inside on the exit to Munier, but Munier leads from Vitals, Anderson, Darbach, and bringing up the rear, Hampus Hagström.
Tobias Darbach, Hemrich positions there, didn't he? Lucas Anderson looks to the outside of Robert Vitals. Very low grip now with the water that's been put down on the loose surface section here. Look at the dirt on the front of Lucas Anderson's car as he hassles the back of Robert Vitals, who's been so quick this weekend. But could this be Julian Munier's day of days on a track that is so different to what he's used to from his homeland in France?
Yeah, it couldn't be more different, could it really? Places like Latvia are pretty familiar to him. Obviously, he's a Rally X regular now, so he's done a few different tracks, but this one, he would have had to use all his skills. And I think it's fair to say the drivers are having to do the same here. You can see Lucas Anderson has gone joker, and so has Hampus Hagström. Anderson coming out, though, behind Kevin Darbach. and will need to get through as quick as he can. That's not taking anything away from Kevin, but if he wants to challenge Mounier and Vitols out front, he's going to have to.
I think that's a risk from Anderson and his spotter to go in so early. I think I probably would have stayed out for another lap, but as I always say, that's very easy for me to say sitting here. Oh, Vitols sideways through turn 4. Just watch the front wheels moving as Vitols works away on the steering wheel. So experienced. His car gets pitched sideways. He was telling us earlier, Andrew, wasn't he, that this rear engine car is very different balance-wise to what he's raced before, and he really has to dig deep for his cross-car experience.
I think as well, it's been interesting to watch him. Obviously, Latvia is super smooth, you know, almost French-like track. He goes Joker this time round. This might be to try and cover off Anderson if he feels Anderson is maybe going to get held up by Darback. Watch for Vitols in the background coming down the hill. Now watch on the right-hand side to see where he merges. Is he going to get... Yes, he comes out in front. That's brilliant tactics. So waiting one lap was a great move by Vitols' crew. And that is, of course, Eric Farley used to spot for Sebastian Loeb, so he knows what he's up to.
Vitols got a puncture, left rear puncture for Robert Vitols. He's obviously clipped a rut somewhere. I think it might be at the end of the loose, Andrew, coming back onto the tarmac. We saw that in the open four-wheel drive races earlier on. And now Lucas Anderson stuck behind Darback. He's probably ruined that decision that little bit more because he's losing time here, the Swede.
What a shame. Now that leaves Mounier out front unchallenged, other than, of course, by the conditions, which is both slippery and wet. And also a few ruts out there, as we've seen, so not by any means a done deal, even for Mounier. If he had a big lead, you've just seen what happened to Vitols. He is a class act.
I wonder if this is where he got the puncture. Maybe it was in the Joker
I think it
section.
might be coming down the Joker. I think, mate, if you think about the rotation coming down the Joker, if you're coming too sideways, and Mounier's gone Joker on this lap, so is Mounier going to be cautious or full send in the Joker? I think that's pretty cautious.
Anderson up the inside of Darback on the standard lap. Darback yet to go in the Joker, shuts the door on Anderson as they get to the merge side by side with the other Darback.
Kevin trying to get into the gap and couldn't quite. They nearly pulled that off, didn't they?
This has got Anderson onto the podium though, hasn't it? And he's looking good for a second position finish, but this could have been a little bit different. Oh, Darback's all sideways. He's had a left rear puncture for the second of the Danish brothers in the background. Anderson's dropped off the rear of Kevin Darback, who could be on for a podium here by staying out if Tobias has indeed got a puncture in the background.
Darback's had a couple of P3s and a P2. That is Kevin. Tobias Darback, of course, had 2 wins earlier on this year, TQ and a win, actually, both in Portugal and in Holland. But there is nobody anywhere near Julien Mounier right now. Mounier qualified third, he had a 6th for third. He did win that session in Q number 3 and a P5. He's coming up into the standard lap now, and the Frenchman has done a fantastic job here. He started the season with a win, then he was second, third, second. Couple of not great results in Latvia, but he's back on top form here. Julien Mounier wins in Finland in Supercar Lights. Behind him over the line. Checker flag waving. Anderson does get P2, and it's Darback in P3.
What a brilliant job from Kevin Darback,
yes.
as Julien Mounier is absolutely delighted. That was a flawless performance from the Frenchman, but Darback stayed out and stayed out and stayed out, waited for the others to fall into difficulties and ended up on the podium from the back of the field. Great job from him, but that was all about OMSE driver Julien Mounier, who defended well at the start, maintained his track position and held on throughout. Good job from him as chaos ensued behind.
Anderson's tactics were interesting, weren't they? Joker in early didn't quite pay off. I mean, P2 still a great result. And
Didn't pay off at all. He would have been fighting for the win had he stayed out, I think.
A shame for Vitols. I reckon it was here, Hal. Well, I might be wrong.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
you can see
the
it go.
puff come out. No way. That's outrageous from Vigo. What a brilliant piece of footage, and what a shame for Vitols. And he would have known, I'm sure, as he was heading up the straight, but well spotted by Hal Ridge as he turned into turn 1, and that allowed the other Darback to come through. All sorts of contact out there. This was the moment we thought Anderson might be getting squeezed out, but it didn't happen. And we have 1 race left to run. As Hal Ridge said, Mounier celebrating, made up with that, and rightly so, because it could not be more different conditions than the majority of his background in French rallycross. Julien Mounier takes the win. It is his 2nd win of the year in Supercar Lights and his 5th podium. Anderson P2. Kevin Kevin Darback, P3. So Kevin, great results. That's Kevin's 4th podium. He will be desperate to get the win because he's had both the other podium positions already.
And as we get ready for open 4-wheel drive, Meunier will make his Supercar debut in the French Championship in a couple of weeks in his brother's ex-Volkswagen Polo, and with no testing at all, so that'll be quite an opener for him as well, I'm sure.
It will. Kumi Ring, Finland, Rally X. It's time for the big final, open 4-wheel drive, the last one of the day. Anton Sepper and Maiko Tam on the front row. Joni Tapainen, Ulrich Linnemann on row 2. Fraser McConnell and Jari Turi on row 3. The one FC2 among this lot. The rest of the Supercars, 3 Finns. Can they lock the podium out? Sepper and Tam on the front row. Oh, it's a disaster for Linnemann. Sorry, who's that? Oh, Linnemann, yeah, it's Linnemann. Linnemann's got stuck coming down towards turn 1. Good start by Maiko Tam. Fraser McConnell looking to the inside, as is Tapainen. Tapainen, oh, 2 wheels goes past. Sepper goes straight on. Anton Sepper gets mugged by Fraser McConnell. Up from P5 to P2. So Ulrich Linnemann went backwards at the start. Fraser McConnell's gone all the way up the inside after contact between 2 of the Finns.
What an opportunistic move by Fraser McConnell. Joni Tapainen forced the issue on the inside, had a good run, but the door shut in front of him, and McConnell, who was mugged a couple of times in that turn 2 lottery, really made hay there compared to losing out a little bit earlier on this weekend. And now it's Anton Sepper who's playing 5 out with the bodywork hanging off the car. Turi's wide.
Turi's in the barrier, I think, on the outside. So Fraser McConnell behind Maiko Tam. Tam goes into it. They all go standard lap on this one, except for Tapainen's gone up into the Joker.
Tam has really stepped up this year, Andrew. He's a much more rounded competitor than he was last season. This is Tapainen in the Joker, who's going to come out behind Turi. That's not ideal for Tapainen, who would have felt he could win this final, certainly from the attitude of the car on the opening lap and his previous pace. Fraser McConnell, though, showing that the updates in the FC2 machine are really working here up in Finland.
They are indeed. Sepper, we thought might going to get the double win after he took the win in Am earlier on today, but he's currently sitting 3rd. Doesn't mean it's game over just yet. He gets sideways underneath the drone as you watch McConnell come through the long right-hander now. He's not losing time to Tam. There are some big holes out there, and they will be aware from that last final that the risk for puncture is high, so you've got to mitigate risk versus push, haven't you? Who's going to go Joker this time? McConnell goes Joker, yes he does. Fraser McConnell slides the FC2 off to the left.
Sepper on a big charge behind, isn't he? Really moving the car, and underneath him the Skoda Fabia Supercar. McConnell in the Joker. He'll be aware of where Vittel's got that puncture last time around. His spotter Kevin Eriksson will be giving him all the information. He's got free air. Can McConnell get the hammer down over the next couple of laps and get ahead of the race in the Maiko Tam?
So great stuff from Fraser. You got the impression from the attitude in his car as he came down the hill that he was just being a little bit cautious. The gap on this last lap was 5.5. Be interesting to see if Tam responds out front to the threat of McConnell, and McConnell sideways in the background. Sepper, the door's off, the front right door is properly off, and the front right wheel arch is off the car too.
Sepper's been so on top of that Skoda. We saw in Riga a great performance riding above the Fabia on Vigo's amazing drone shot. He is so at one with that car. I cannot wait to see what he can do later in the season if he joins us again. Maiko Tam hasn't Joker this time around, Andrew. Sepper does.
Sepper goes Joker. Watch for Fraser McConnell then in the FC2. McConnell was in the studio earlier today and he wasn't sure whether or not he'd make the semi-finals. Here he is looking at getting the podium. He comes down the hill. Watch for Fraser on the left, Sepper on the left-hand side. In where Strauss comes through. They're side by side. He'll be outgunned at the end of the straight. Sepper up the inside. The FC2 hit the limiter. Fraser will surely try for the over-under move on the exit here. Jason looks to the inside line of Sepper. He goes late on the brakes, but there isn't time. Sepper's got it right to the apex now. Little bit of contact between them. Still a great drive from both these two.
McConnell using all of his experience there to go wide on the way in, look for the undercut on the exit, just didn't quite have the momentum. He'll be pleased with this though. He'll be aware that he doesn't want to throw away a podium at the highest level in Rally X. Sepper's car is shedding bodywork towards the end of this final lap, but Maiko Tam is some 6.5 seconds up the road. McConnell looks to the inside at the end of the loop, there's extension. They're side by side.
Sepper holds on just with that door hanging off the car. I don't know how. Keeps the door shut. Meanwhile, on Fraser McConnell, you're looking at the Joker lap. Maiko Tam is coming round that long right-hander here. It's going to be a race to the line. Sepper runs wide, but McConnell's not going to get there. Maiko Tam went P3 and P2 in Latvia. He wins here in Finland. P2 goes to Sepper after an epic battle with McConnell, who was P13 going into Q4 and ends on the podium. Great job by Fraser McConnell. Fantastic stuff towards the end of today.
Ollie Eriksson and Julian Munier,
coming round to watch,
teammates, jumped to their feet on that final lap as Fraser had a look to the inside.
That
was
get it.
Very fair from both of them. Seppa drove brilliantly. McConnell tried everything he could but didn't force the issue. And Miko Tam, that is his best win. He has beaten a really, really big field here.
Strong final.
Strong field all over. Victor Frank didn't make the final. It's been tough.
This was Linneman, who I couldn't figure out who it was off the start from the drone, which is a shame. So I'm a muppet, but it's been a long weekend, so I'm going to have to deal with it.
You were before. This is Tapanen up the inside of Seppa.
So this was the carnage that let Fraser. Look at the way that is threading the needle twice on the tyre bales in the car next to it.
Based on previous form from race control, I think Tapanen's probably in for a penalty for that. Even if he was fourth anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Won't matter.
But he's forced the issue up the inside there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
This is later in the lap, so this is Turi running wide and Tapanen getting inside. Presumably Tapanen would carried a bit of damage from that as well because he was some way off on the times. This is McConnell getting ahead and Seppa just using that extra momentum and the power as McConnell hit the rev limiter. This is McConnell looking to the inside, clip the tyres. In that final section, they were side by side, just couldn't find a way through. And I really thought Fraser might get it done here as Seppa went right up the bank, didn't he? But McConnell just kept it neat, clean and tidy. And I think right at the end of the day there, Andrew, Vigo Kosh got absolutely taken out by a rock because the drone disappeared towards the ground.
Oh dear, poor old Vigo. He did show me earlier on that he'd been nailed by one of his GoPros had been nailed. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Miko Tam climbs onto the roof of his supercar after a brilliant victory as Howstead against a strong field. Anton, Seppa, Fraser, McConnell complete the podium. Tapanen, Turi and Linneman are P4, 5 and 6. Donuts there for Seppa, who's had a brilliant weekend having won four-wheel drive AM earlier on today as well. Thumbs up from Tam to the grandstand, which is down at turn 1. Thumbs up from us as well for Julian Munier's team who've come into the commentary box with us here. Hugs all round at Fraser McConnell down there, I think it is. Hard to see through the graphics. No, it's Seppa. It's Seppa on the left-hand side. Bright colours. He could join Team Jamaica, couldn't he? Great stuff. Really is. Right, we have Julian Munier in the studio with us after a brilliant win. Supercar Lights, well done, mate.
Thank you.
You pleased with that?
Yeah, happy because the race was good. The start was perfect, so I don't know after what's happened because my radio fucked. I have any radio, so at one moment I saw nothing behind me, and then I drove it like a crazy, and I saw on my windows, and I saw nothing, not any car. So I did okay. I will go to the Joker.
Everything happened behind you.
Yeah,
everything.
Like I saw on the hand.
But that takes nothing away from a brilliant drive by you. I mean, as Hal was saying, that couldn't be further from French Rallycross, that track. That is not French Rallycross.
No, definitely not. but I don't know. Normally, it's not my track. I like Riga, but we saw in Riga not fast, so maybe I prefer the gravel part.
Well, that's we're saying you're an all-rounder now. You know, that's it. We don't have to worry. We don't need French tracks now, do we? You're all good.
No. That's one. I prefer that one. That one will be where.
And Hal was saying as well, you're about to do Supercar in the Polo. That is in the French series.
Yeah, on the French series I will do with the Polo, but definitely it's not the same track as here.
No, it'll be a lot smoother, I'm sure.
I think we can have a look back at your start, I think, mate. Can we have a look back at the start on EBS? Yes, we can.
Let's have a look
Talk
at
us
the
through this.
here.
When did the radio stop working?
From the start.
Okay.
I have nothing.
Perfect. So at this point, you're just literally winging it. You have to just make all your decisions for yourself.
Yeah. I feel Vitor's push me. I feel Vitor's push me is like a nose, you know.
Yeah. There we go.
Here he's out to turn on the first corner because he's slowly and it was so much wet.
Yeah, the track conditions were different, weren't they?
Yeah. It was so much wet.
And different every time. You've sort of been experiencing a new track every time. So the first lap's always difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. We need to work in what's going. Yeah. Great win.
Yeah,
Don't send it.
Yeah, you see, now he's happy.
yeah, that's great. I'm happy. I'm happy for that.
Impressive donuts in a Supercar Lights. I think that deserves a full send medal, Andrew.
Yes, actually, that's a good idea. Can we get a lanyard, Hal, for the full send medal? So we did this a couple of years ago, and then one of our great viewers online, Keith Colton, has done us some more. So you're the third recipient of a full send medal. I'm sure you'll be over the moon with it. I'm sure.
Okay, thank you.
Hal's going to put that on there for you. Yeah, I think that's fair, Hal, for donuts in a Supercar Lights. Look at that. You see, that's now he's a G. Now he's got the plastic medal.
You have to apply conviction. You have to retry to do donuts in a Supercar Lights, don't you?
Yeah, he just
good job.
It was good. It was good.
Well done. It was good. Thank you.
Well done. We're waiting on one last winner if we can find them. I don't know where they are, Peter. Peter's making a phone call. Peter looks stressed. Now it's caught at the medal. Let me switch that off. We can thread this through the medal here. Take the medal off. Now we put the headphones off. Then you put the medal back on. Congrats, mate. Well done. Great drive, dude. Great drive.
Well done.
Have fun in Supercar as well, man. We'll be cheering for you. Wonderful. Aren't we lucky getting everybody just come to the studio and have some fun with us? We really are very lucky. Mega. Right, marvellous, I was going to say. And then I said mega as well. That can go.
Michael Tam is on his way, Peter says.
Is he? Right.
So this is the mug you can still win. And I've been told to add more things to it. So get on Instagram if you weren't watching earlier, and there's a picture of Andrew and I, and you can make a funny comment.
What do you want to add to it?
Well, I'm being told what to add to it. There's 2 tickets there to every RallyX round for the rest of the year. And there's a load of RallyX stickers here.
Any notes or anything we can add to it?
No one wants your scrolls.
No.
Loads of RallyX stickers.
There we go.
They're going in there too.
The price just keeps getting bigger
and
bigger.
The postage cost on this is going up, isn't it? Because the weight's increasing.
It's like Euro Millions, isn't it? You could win 208 million on Euro Millions, or you can have a roll over here. We've added some stickers to the mug. I'd be pretty stoked for one.
What else could go in there? TV remote?
Oh, don't do that. We know
Yeah,
we're already short of one TV remote. Extension cable, will that go in? Broken pen?
Peter's like, stop giving stuff away now. No one wants your chewed pen.
How about a biscuit? Should we put a biscuit in there?
You're taking the biscuit. You are.
I did enjoy Julian's explanation of what was wrong with his radio. Did you enjoy
Someone
that
says,
at home?
wash his mouth out with licorice. Shamil, who was one of our regular viewers.
There is a lot of licorice here. Maiko's coming, is he?
So it's Christmas.
Oh, we're apparently throwing in a voucher of 50% off shop.rallyx.se. This is getting better and better, isn't it? I don't know how you'll do the voucher.
Hello, mate.
You may have to. Hey!
Oh, no.
Oh, no, you're joking. Right, no shaking hands. Wow, put this on. Maiko Tam has taken a brilliant win, but you think you've broken your hand?
Yeah, it's too heavy now.
Well, no, wait, what on?
I don't know, something here or...
In the final, or?
Yeah, in the final. But I hit in the semi-final my handbrake and I don't know, something.
Okay, my top tip is to keep it still.
no, it's not
That's not that bad.
The adrenaline's flat out, so
yeah,
he's not
waving it about. Mate, congratulations.
Thank you.
Brilliant win. We're gonna. Well, let's take a look back at the action first of all, and you can talk it through it for us. We're going to get it up on the screen for you. Great start. Linneman got left behind on the grid, but good for you. And then it was all kicking off behind you. Did you know it was kicking off behind you?
No.
Well, have a look at this. So behind you, look, it all seems pretty sensible until we get down to turn 2. So Tapanen has a look inside Seppa here. Up on 2 wheels, and then look at Fraz through the gap. So it's so close between them, and then Anton fought back brilliantly.
And that was the last time we saw you, really, mate, because everything else was chaos behind, and you just did your own thing out front. For me, that's your best win. It was a really big entry here. Lots of very experienced and fast drivers, and you've been right at the front this weekend.
Yeah. Finally, my bumper, it's so clean.
No dirt. That's what you want when you're out front.
Yeah.
What's made the difference? Why are you now able to be right at the front consistently compared to fighting to be there like you were before?
What?
But what's made the difference for you for being able to win in this category?
I don't know. It's not in the first time if I am winning, but in the yesterday feeling it's not so good. Every lot of mistakes and also track it's not so best one, but today it's everything it's fine and the car is amazing. Thank you team, thank you Ivo. This M Sport Fiesta and Ivo Fiesta, it's amazing.
So really pleased. Now the rest of the season, I guess you can aim to do some more similar results. You want to be on the top step all the time now?
Yes.
I think you were disappointed in Latvia with second when we saw you. Like you had a third and a second in Latvia. You can't be disappointed with a P1.
Yeah, it's I talked in Riga last day and next round I need to win.
You want to win?
Yeah.
Well, you done it. You done it. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I don't want to touch that hand. I don't want to hurt you.
Yeah.
Mate, congratulations. Well done. Mike Tam, ladies and gentlemen, winner of Open Four Drive. Go see the team and get some ice on that hand. Okay. I thought that a single header weekend would feel less long than a double header weekend, but it definitely didn't. I know a lot of you are stuck with us. I know a few people have said, "Oh, it's not like it normally is." Boo-hoo. Yeah, you're right. It isn't. But the track was built 6 weeks ago, and a lot of people have worked extremely hard to bring you what we could bring you over the course of the last 2 days. I think the local track team, particularly the Tapanen family, who worked all night, the likes of Eric Farren's dad, who sat in a machine unpaid and did some seriously skilled work out there to make sure that we could race this track. Yes, there were more breaks than we would like. Yes, we won't be like this in future, but there was a chance here this was going to get cancelled on Friday, and they've battled all weekend to make it happen.
We walked the track, and we bumped into Andreas Eriksson, didn't we, driving around in his rental car, and he said, this isn't going to happen. He was really sure.
We had a meeting.
But this was prior to that by several hours. This can't happen. With the track in this condition, this can't happen. This was after free practice 1. The work that everybody here has put in, that's the guys from the track, but especially the guys from RallyX who have put this together, led by Andreas Eriksson, who has worked relentlessly. And I mean relentlessly. He has been on the track all weekend.
We haven't seen him.
I've barely seen him at all.
Literally.
It's that goodwill that's brought people like Ronnie Larson in, Eric's father, to come and do all the work. The Tapanen family, as you say, all these people that have put in the effort. There's been incredible effort behind the scenes. I know people are not necessarily satisfied that it's been poorly organised or what have you. I think that is far from the truth.
Yes, so do I.
On Friday there nearly wasn't an event, and the fact that there has been an event and it's run pretty well, we've had a few little delays, that is a tiny price to pay. There's also been a massive effort to give the fans a value for money, or an event, drivers value for money and an event, but also to not do damage to cars.
Yeah.
The big breaks have been primarily to not have rocks in the loose, to not have big ruts that risk rolls, so that everyone here can take their car home in one piece. And that is a massive credit to the championship, that they want people to have a good time and not necessarily just put on a massive show, but to be able to come back again and again. And the effort has been incredible.
So as a compromise, I think they've done a brilliant job. Thank you to those of you who stuck around with us for the course of the weekend. Yeah, do you know what? Oh, we didn't know when the finals were. You know what? Neither did we.
But
and
what
I think
brilliant finals they were. We've had some amazing
great racing.
The basic concept of the track layout is fantastic. Today the track's been brilliant, and I really think there's good potential.
I agree. Thank you to the TV team back in Stockholm. Big thanks to everybody here at the Kumi Ring, along with the Tapanen family for all the extra work. Eric's dad, everybody else. Hal Rich, big thanks to you as well, you legend. Al's been in 2 weeks' time. Hal will be up there. I won't. I'm going to be over with another series over in Indianapolis in America. Not going to lie, I'm excited to go to the Brickyard.
Do you
but
like
I'm
America?
also,
I didn't know.
No, I like the Brickyard. America is borderline at the minute on the whole like thing, but I am excited to go to the Brickyard. I'm disappointed to be missing Alfbin, which is a fantastic event, and I know that Victor Johansson and the crew up there at the club will put on a brilliant race house. So I'm sure you're excited to head up there too.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great event last year. It was really well received. We talked to Victor and Simon Tiger, two of the locals, that it's been a very long time since there was top flight rallycross there, and lots of people didn't maybe go last year because they wanted to see how it went. And it actually was a great event, and they've got so much enthusiasm up there in the north of Sweden, and people like Simon and Victor don't have to drive very far to get to their event, unlike normal. So
if you're up that way, if you're only a couple of hours away from the circuit, then do please make your way to Älvsbyn in 2 weeks' time for another edition of Rally X. I'll be back for, what else have we got after that? Denmark and Germany?
Denmark and Germany in the same week?
Double header, yeah, in the same week in August, which will round out the season. So 3 events to go, 4 down. We've had fun. Hope you have as well. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks, guys. We'll see you soon. Cheers.